It is episode 178 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
It is.
We still don't know. You'd think after 178 consecutive episodes.
They shouldn't,
and
YouTube should not tolerate this.
And yet they do. And yet they do. They continue to tolerate it.
Shame on them, really.
But I also want to add, because as I said, the key here is the longest running episodic, because it does carry over episode by episode. But the other component of it is, even though it is number 178, sometimes there were multiple episodes per week. So I can confirm, though, I did do some rough calculus. I did some of the maths that Eric is all about.
I don't like the maths.
I can tell you that there has been a live stream for 169 consecutive weeks.
Wow.
And counting. So 169 actual calendar weeks in a row with at least one live stream. Sometimes two, but at least one.
And sometimes four. Yeah.
Yeah. And that doesn't even count the other little sub series. I forget what it was called. I think it was just BICH or something like that. I had a little sub series as well. It doesn't count in the 178. Does not count towards that 178. Those are additional live streams plus the impromptus. So comfortably hundreds of live streams over the course of the years now.
Yeah, we're working with a blind number there. Wow.
Yep. Going all the way back to the 2020s, early 2020s. Paul here is first out of the block here. We're starting late because Eric had to submit his 1966 booby order tag. Yes.
They're finally doing pre-2000, I guess.
Joel said, good to see Eric out of bed. He has escaped. Dufex says, Mark's Madness indeed. Evening. Good evening, Dufex. Orlando here. Good evening. Matt. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you. Timeless Cardboard. This is the night that was made for Because I'm Carlos. It is now. It is a Friday night tradition. Like the Masters, unlike any other. Yeah. So I know. Look, I'm not going to belay this. I'm not going to delay us any further. I know that all of you are here to understand. Like, look, we got Brandon here, Bobbles and Ball Cards, and I know all of you need to hear and want to hear our continued take on the biggest news that has swept the hobby. It's all about the grading thing. I know you guys talk about the holders. I get it. I do. But look, we've got to talk about the single biggest story in the grading side of the hobby that has shaken the foundation that was announced this week.
I would say that this is the biggest news in the hobby, maybe the most important news in the hobby since the invention of cardboard.
Probably. I'm not going to delay it anymore. I'm not going to hold back. We're going to start with it right now.
Okay.
KSA has a new holder and label. Yes. Yes.
Big move.
It's true. It is true. This is huge. This is gigantic. This is enormous. Yep. Brandon, I at this point, we should all give up. It's done. It's over. What are we even doing?
Different.
Bobby, let me tell you what the difference is. This is the new look of KSA.
Yeah.
Look, it has an anti-counterfeiting label. Take that, Beckett.
Wow.
Anti-counterfeiting label, 1. Number 2, scratch resistant. 3, a modern look. It's even got graphics, man. It's got graphics on it. And UV protected. Y'all are asking if X holder is UV protected, Y holder, KSA holder is UV protected. Ha!
Wow.
And not only that, optical quality. Whatever that means.
Quality.
I don't know what that is.
Is that Gretzky? Is that from the case?
Possibly.
Probably.
It's an O-Pee-Chee. And look, Eric, look, this is a 7980 O-Pee-Chee Gretzky, and I don't see a rough edge. Perfection. Wow. Chef's kiss. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the new look of KSA, the grading news that you were all asking for, clamoring for, begging for.
Yeah.
And there it is.
I've seen multiple videos on the YouTubes regarding this. Everyone's talking about it. Again, I think this is the most important thing that's ever happened to our hobby since the invention of cardboard. If you're not excited about this, then you need to get out of the hobby.
I think without question. It's not even a doubt. Philly Joe, good evening to you. Dom here says, nothing like Beckett becoming number 2 again by default to get Eric out of bed. Listen, there could be 0 other graders, and Beckett would still be number 3 by default.
Yeah.
Just by default. And also, did I not just go over KSA? Beckett isn't even ahead of KSA.
No.
Isn't it amazing how the timing of the new holder and SGC, there's something going on. I know it.
I know. Listen, KSA is like, the time is nigh. We must seize the day. We must seize.
Yeah, KSA has the black insert, and they have the red
right here.
label.
literally as you say the words.
Web
Yeah.
knows.
What a coincidence!
Web's on top of it. All he's thinking about is
They're like,
these
look at us. We're
in a
for
spot
sale.
to steal.
Maybe
We're for sale for $1.50. We're here. Let's go.
it's the delamination of the tuxedo.
Save us.
Yeah, save us all. Orlando says, good evening, Genius. Yep. Good evening, Ham. Hello, gentlemen. Does Eric's mom know Eric is out of bed tonight?
No,
She probably kicked him out.
I'll tell you something 100% honest. My mother is not happy with me at the moment. Okay.
Oh,
Only at the moment?
It's Friday. What else is new?
It's a day that ends with Y. So my mother's not happy with me. So
Amazing.
Bill texts me and says, listen, how you feeling? I go, nah, feeling pretty good. You know, I'm up and about, better every day. He goes, will you be willing to come into work tomorrow? We got a ton of hockey in, and that's your job, and I need it organized. And I said, yeah, as long as I can just sit at a table. I can't lift anything heavy. I can't, you know, but I'll sit there and sort. I'm good enough to do that. Yep, absolutely. Wonderful. I tell my mom I'm going into work tomorrow. That my Portuguese mother got her Portuguese up. Is not happy with me.
no cookies for you.
Oh God, no cookies for me.
Cookies denied. Dufek
Very
says
much
Canadian 9, like a US 5, possibly. Dan's Vintage Baseball PC, good evening to you. Happy to get my SGC registry. Well, that is a dream. So, okay. So I had my fun with the KSA off the top. As soon as I saw that on Instagram today,
But
I showed it to the guys and we had, and I was like, of course, KSA. Really, KSA. Like, come on. But look, it was great for me. It was great for me because as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh, I know how. Like, it was funny as Eric literally mentioned it. It's like, oh, as soon as I saw it, there was no other direction that this could go to start. We had to start with KSA, no doubt. Gotcha. But what I want to touch on here, and we're going to talk about the SGC thing now. We're going to talk about it, and I want to talk about it from a couple different angles. I did get a chance to. I got to be on Neo's live stream initially when it happened. That was a lot of fun. It was good, and I think some people have started subscribing to the show, to the channel based on that. So thank you to the new subscribers for that. But also, then I made my video where I touched on it in the evening. It was a long evening. But it was good because it was an opportunity to actually get a chance to think it through. And also now I've had the last day or so, I had a chance to listen to some other folk give some takes. And then now we're going to get a chance to kind of talk through it a little bit with you. And one of the things that could be on the table, again, could be, we're all speculating, could be stuff like this. I'll give you a couple of things that I'm going to throw at, and then I'll give you my analogy again about, I'll make the pitch for the keeping them as separate. We'll talk about the possibilities of that, but I'll also give you a couple of different analogies beyond the original one. You know, I gave the beer analogy, but I'll give you a few other ones that might be a little bit more applicable or a little easier, a little bit more palatable for you. But we'll get into that here. But let me finish reading it and we'll get caught up. Yeah. Philly Joe says, I got a 77 Ron Schuler KSA. Not sure where it came from. Who knows? So this was the comment here. What the fuck? KSA's new slab is a mashup of PSA's Red Fluid Technology. The KSA does a lot of very odd things at the best of times. And they just, but here's the thing, Bobby, correct me if I'm mistaken, but for better or worse, they've somehow managed to survive. They're like the cockroach. Yes. They've survived since about 96 and they just don't die. They just hang around and people do great with them, but nobody that we know, but somehow well, you'll see a KSA holder here and there up here from time to time. And it'll be like, why would you even do this? I don't understand, but okay, whatever you say. Thomas Carver here said, Eric is a board member in Becca Grading. What's your company's next move? We're going to get into that here in a minute.
File for chapter 11.
Yeah.
Eric says, Eric, did you ever watch that video I sent you? Very specific.
All right. Serious time. Mike and I obviously frenemies and we fight. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I forgot all about it. I just went back and looked. I am going to watch it. Now is not the right time though. But I apologize because I said that I would look at it and then I forgot about it. So I'm an idiot, as everyone knows. So, Mike, I'm sorry. I will get to that as soon as I can. Back to Mike, you suck. Leave me alone.
There you go. Dom says KSA can be head of CGC if you want. I don't trust either. Psh, that's okay. I don't trust Beckett. They still don't have an anti-counterfeit holder. KSA does. Ha! They've already got technology years ahead of Beckett. Years ahead.
Who doesn't?
It's funny how that word counterfeit gets into that stream of thought with KSA.
Yep.
Hmm.
Good evening, Scott.
Anti-counterfeit. So, what if the card, anyways?
Look, Bobby, this is a situation where I'd be like, how far down the totem pole do you have to be the guy making fake KSA slabs?
Probably the first.
What the hell for? The fake might be worth more than the real one.
No, but I'm talking about the card within.
Yeah, it's like you actually had to put it. It probably cost you more to make a fake one than it cost them to have used the real one. Like, why?
Yeah.
So Dufek says SGC simply getting cracked. That's one angle. Yep. So serious question. What's the appeal to hold SGC holders now? In 50 years, they won't be in the hobby consciousness. So we'll touch on that, but we'll play the couple of scenarios here in a second. But that's a fair question. I will have a few beers later to celebrate your analogy. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. Sounds good. But okay. So let's the particulars that we know are pretty basic. It's pretty straightforward. And by the way, I laugh because a lot of people I did watch the videos, and a lot of people really got up and really got seemingly annoyed, really angry about this, about the dumbest part of it is like, because a lot of folks on the thumbnails, myself included, by the way, you put PSA bought SGC. Yes, we know it's collectors. We know it's the parent company. I understand that. But by the way, if you read in the description, it's listed correctly, but you also know it rolls off the tongue a little more. Saying PSA bought SGC rolls off the tongue a little bit more for the thumbnail purposes than saying collectors, because not everybody puts two and two together as what collectors is. Not everybody realizes that, but it's the parent company. So so now it's the parent company of the two of them. And on this thumbnail for this live stream, I did put the collectors logo there and kind of combined the two in there. So it is a little bit more clear cut in this one. But one of the things that comes out of this is obviously they were operating as two independent companies. And obviously SGC has been around since, I want to say 99. Yeah, somewhere in that range, somewhere in that vicinity. It was the later part of the 90s, whereas PSA started at the beginning. So in 91, I want to say for PSA.
Yeah.
But somewhere at the tail end of the 90s, SGC got its start. And it's had a history. And some folks are touching on that as well, because obviously Dave Foreman is very infamous for a lot of elements of it. But he owned the company. But from the acquisition standpoint, if you were going to try to buy a company, it's a heck of a lot easier when you can pick up the phone and actually talk to a specific person who owns the company. It's a heck of a lot easier to work out that negotiation and figure it out. Whereas we joke about Beckett infinitely, but the reality is, okay, so forget about the owner having his own situation. From what I understand, he might actually have almost gotten out of jail, Eric. So you might have almost bailed him out. So we'll have to see now.
No, sir.
There might be some news on that. Yeah, like, listen.
Stop it.
Yeah. But regardless, the style of the company that they have, it's a holding company. And they basically have all these companies underneath them, and they really don't sell any of them. They just kind of run them. And they basically just, regardless of how stupidly Beckett's been run, obviously it's still making enough money that they haven't shuttered it. One way or the other, they're profitable in spite of themselves. And they've done almost everything they can to kill the damn thing. Yeah. So it's one of those things where
I like the way that sounded. I don't know. It just made me giggle.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Eric. It's true. Because that company would literally shutter them yesterday if they weren't making money somehow. So the point is, no matter what, they are still making money. So someone is patronizing them enough to make them profitable, like somehow,
or at least break even.
Yeah, whatever. But the point is, good enough that they keep it around as opposed to just shuttering it. Because because they could sell it to somebody, if they wanted to, but they clearly don't, or it hasn't been or they haven't come across the right offer to make it enticing for them. So they just basically keep the lights on, just enough to keep the lights on and just keep it rolling.
Yeah.
Paul here says, hopefully one of the side effects of the SGC buy-in is they share with PSA data on sets they don't want to grade or take time to authenticate. I think that's an interesting angle on it. So let's talk about this part. We'll get into the pros and cons, the negatives and positives, whether we think that they'll maintain this. Initially, SGCP came out and gave a statement, possibly, off in the distance, there's somebody there holding the weapon saying, say the line. We didn't see these newspapers, so I'm not completely convinced. It was recorded in real time, but I'll take it for what it is. But for now, they say they're going to run as separate entities. How long that's going to last, or if it's going to last any period of time, is a different conversation. But one thing for now, and Neo made a video, I think earlier today, that I did agree with one specific point he made in there. What they do or don't do with SGC for the remainder of this calendar year will tell you a lot. Because if they invest in actually doing some things, if they upgrade the holder, if they upgrade the app, if they actually put money into it, that goes against the idea of shuttering them right away. Because why even bother then? You could just stay status quo and just let it ride and not put another cent in there and just leave it as is. But if you change something and improve or enhance anything under the SGC banner, then you're actually investing more money in. And once you
Oh,
got
yeah.
the company, there's no reason to put another dime into it if you just want to get rid of it anyway. Does that make sense, Brandon? Like, you understand what I'm getting at with that piece? So I agree with that notion.
I said the same thing in my live yesterday after I talked to my rep. I was like,
Yeah.
if you start seeing like good changes, not bad changes, because you know everybody's expecting bad, but if you start seeing changes that maybe people have been asking for or that are improvements over things, then that's positive signs and signs of confidence to, you know, I mean, why would they invest the money or make the changes if they were just gonna, you know, chop the block? So
Yeah. It really comes down to me if they actually spend any money. If they actually spend any money above and beyond the acquisition of the company, if they actually invest any money into the company, as opposed to extract value out of the company. So those are your two different directions. If they're extracting value out of it, like taking graders, taking experienced graders and putting them under the PSA umbrella, or, you know, extracting value out of it, then you know that, you know, the end is nigh. But if instead they actually put some money into it and actually enhance what they've got going on separate from the PSA side of it, then at least they're giving it a go, at least initially giving it a bit of a go. Because there's some very straightforward things that so I'll touch on this now and we can expand on it after. To me, one of the easiest things you could do would be to enhance the holder a little bit. You want to keep the tux, but there's still things you can improve. Like it has the non-waterproof thing going on. You could improve the seal. That'd be one thing. Here's a really simple one. One of my favorites. SGC made much hullabaloo about actually getting an app finally, which they did. But one of the things that the PSA app has that's really good, is that you can scan a barcode on the front of the card and it shows you the card. SGC has been doing the scanning thing for a while. Well, so you got a database of pictures, but wouldn't it be great if you could actually scan the damn thing and be able to pull up the thing on your app? That's one thing the PSA app does today that's tremendous. Go ahead.
to go even simpler than that, even if they don't want to do the QR code or that whole thing, make the damn serial number bigger. Like,
Sure.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting old. My eyes are getting bad. I can't see that damn number on there. I have to look at it with like my phone zoomed in or under the
That's what
magnifying
phones are
glass. So
for.
a simple change of just making the damn serial number bigger would help.
Yeah. The point is, if you improve the consumer experience a little bit, and I'll give you a scenario where honestly, again, if you wanted to, I could build a very simple scenario that you could take advantage of it and have the two things. But you have to distinguish. One point that I heard that was made that was very good is if you're going to do that, you have to make the two brands feel distinctive. They can't just both be graders under the same umbrella company because that won't work. You're just competing against yourself. But there are ways to do this. And one of my analogies that I will give you will actually explain one way you could do that if you wanted to.
I think it's growth by acquisition and probably going public at that point.
Yeah. That's one angle. You could be enhancing your portfolio, making it more available
Nothing
to
else
public.
can really make logical sense. Like, honestly, why would you get another grading company? And why would you get a subservient grading company and run them both parallel to each other as competition? Really?
Oh, I have a scenario that you could. I have a scenario that's based on things we've already experienced in our lives that actually you could do it. Go ahead, Eric.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I haven't put my 2 cents in yet, but I'm kind of here with Card Vibe. That my personal opinion, I've heard nothing, I've talked to nobody, is that, you know, SGC was, you know, available, and, you know, it was either going to be Fanatics or PSA collectors, and collectors knew, you know, that if they continue to allow Fanatics to grow, it's going to affect their business somehow. Maybe Fanatics would never take over number one, but they're gonna start taking a chunk. And SGC is a good company. It's a reputable company. They do a good job. Everyone, I mean, no one really bashes them like we do Beckett, right? If Fanatics,
we bash Beckett, what?
Right, I know. If Fanatics got a hold of SGC, they would explode, right?
They would have the resources if nothing else. Right. They would have the resources to do a lot of things.
Exactly.
They would grow their brand even further. This stops them from doing that because now, who are you gonna buy? Now it's Fanatics.
Ghostbusters.
do we start our own? Or do we try to take over something that's left and improve it? And that's not, now Fanatics is like, oh crap. What, you know, now
one other thing I'll add real quick. One other thing I'll add quick to your point. Even if you wanted to start your own, one of the advantages of having an SGC and purchasing them is that you immediately get some infrastructure. You're not starting from scratch. And one of the key pieces, and this is a good point that was made a couple of different times. I'd like to credit as many people as I can, but I watched a lot of videos as this was coming out and people were talking about it. But one point that I think is very valid is one thing that's really hard to replicate if you were able to just acquire it is the graders. Getting the graders who have some experience and that are able to train some of the other graders, especially the more experienced ones, like the more senior graders, that you can't just, you know, you want to start a grading company right now. I could give you hundreds of millions of dollars to start one. Yes, you could. You could get amazing holders. You could put a lot of the pieces in place and get all the equipment and everything you need, but you still need some folks to do a part of this. Or even if, like, you know, the old coaster maker, you want to go in AI solution, fine, but you still need somebody to program the damn thing. You still need somebody who knows what the hell they're doing to program the damn thing. So you still need some in-house expertise, something. Right. So at the bare minimum, you need some. That's your baseline, and then you want to go AI solution, you still need it. You want to go the grading solution, you still need it.
And that's the main thing that PSA Collectors has now taken off the table for Fanatics, is the talent, the people, the humans, the experienced people. Because like you said, with Fanatics money, they could set up a building and buy a bunch of plastic and set up tables with
people
with, you know, and shipping and receiving. They could set all that up tomorrow. They have unlimited funds, but who's going to do the work?
Yeah,
they just took that all off the table now.
Yeah. So now, Bobby asked earlier, and it's a valid question other folks throw in. So we got Stuke here. Seen the scenario in the corporate world. Changes start in year 2. Either sell SGC by year 3 or combine to PSA in some form, which is a totally valid take. And so, like I said, I'll say the same thing I said on Neo's Live. I'm not married to this take, but I'll play devil's advocate here because most people are so leaned in this direction. I'll play devil's advocate just to make it a little bit more interesting in the discussion. But let me give you a scenario. I used the beer analogy and I said Anheuser-Busch and different brands and everything, but let me use a different one. Let me use a different one that might be a little bit more relatable to everybody, even the non-beer drinker, even though, you know, basically that means you have no soul. But the point is, let's look at this for a moment from a different perspective, something that a lot of us have. Cell phones. Well, what happens is, so I'll use the Canadian example, but in America, it's very similar. It has a similar thing to it. If you're here, 90% of the market, talk about near monopoly, 90% of the market is basically controlled by 3 or 4 telecommunication companies that pretty much own the entire bandwidth and the entire space. However, there aren't 3 or 4 companies that offer cell phone service. So, simple example, one of the big conglomerates here is Rogers. That's one of the big kahunas in the space. Okay. But you can have Rogers satellite cell service, or you can have Fido cell service. And I have literally heard this, and this is a conversation that I've had where somebody said, oh, I was sick of Rogers, those crooks. I hated them. I switched over to Fido and it's much better. And I'm sitting there like, Rogers owns Fido. Rogers is Fido. Finkel is Icorn. It's the same. Like, oh, by the way, there's another one. It's called Chatter, which is the discount, less expensive cell service, you know, pay as you go kind of deal. Also owned by Rogers. Here's a question. Rogers is one of the biggest players in the space. They basically own all this bandwidth. They have all the resources in the world. And basically, if they just said, this is our only brand, it's either us or TELUS or Bell. And basically that's it. So they don't need multiple brands. So why do they have them? Because they still want market share. They still want market share.
Yeah, and they need people to sell their stuff.
Yeah, but it helps. But what you do is it helps you because you can be like Rogers. It'll be the most expensive option, but they'll add some bells and whistles. They'll bundle it with some other Rogers services or whatever and make it sound fan. But let's say that's not in your budget. Then you can go Fido. You're probably going to get as much or more data and you'll actually get an equivalent service, but with less bells and whistles, and it'll be a little bit cheaper. Or you can go Chatter, which is still cheaper, but you're still using the same cell towers. You're still using the same infrastructure. So why would they need 3 brands? Because they understand that there's different price points. So bringing it over here, this is where SGC has its fan base. It has its brand. It has some equity in the sports card space. But So let me play out a scenario, and I'm going to start with Brandon because I want to get his take on this. So let's say PSA says, okay, we're going to commit to this thing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some of the stuff we're doing. We're not going to do everything because we're not going to throw trillions of dollars into this, but we'll fix up the holder a little bit. We'll add a barcode so you can access it. We'll fix up the app a little bit to get it at least close. It won't be all the way to what we've already got in our PSA app, but we'll get it up a little bit of a level. We'll give SGC Pete enough resources so that he can do what he needs to do over there and they can run their operation okay. But we're going to streamline. We're going to make sure we got as efficient as possible so it's a lean, mean machine that can get cards in and out. You get your turnaround time back. Here's a question for you. What if they do that and they say our regular PSA service, I don't know what the base PSA service is now per card. I think it's like $25. If you send in a card at a time, I think it's $25 without the collectors club, I believe. I could be mistaken. Somewhere in that range. It's 20, $25, somewhere like that. So they say they're going to keep that. And they
SGC
keep
is going to be no name.
SGC, and we put SGC at 10 to $12 standard. You want to send in a card? Somewhere between 10 and $12. And then if you got a special or whatever, you can bump it down a little bit. Bulk, you knock it down a couple more bucks and you just let them run. And you've got this $10 service, which everybody says they want. And then PSA is a $25 minimum. Or if you want to go bulk and send in a crap ton of cards, then you get a little bit of discount. You get the odd sale here and there. But SGC is like, oh, but you're still getting grading, no up charges. And you just, but weren't you, it's like, the point is to differentiate the two. If you make it up charges and make them have a collector's club and do the whole thing, then it's just PSA Light, PSA Florida. But if you give it like, no, you want to submit a card, $12. Go ahead.
You want to get down to $6? KSA.
Yeah, KSA. There you go. Exactly. So Brandon, like I said, this is more of an out of left field thing. But I'm just asking a question. If you, and obviously as a bulk submitter, you would get a preferential rate lower than that would allow you to operate business. But if I said $10, $12 for the average Joe submitting cards directly to it, as your standard rate, you want to send 5 cards, it's $12. You want to send in 100 cards or something, or 50 cards or whatever, I'll drop it down a couple of bucks for you. But you make that available. But then the lowest price rate, if you want to send just a handful of cards, PSA is $25. There's enough of a price gap there to make a little bit of a difference to folks.
So it's your fault, Brandon. You know that because you stopped.
So I talked to my rep, okay, and I want to clarify some things, and I was going to let y'all discuss it out, and then I was going to share.
Go ahead.
What was told to me.
Share with Sugar Bear. Let's go.
Some things that I thought about, because even my thought about the whole thing has changed with time, the past couple of days, with hearing what was explained to me, kind of the scenario, thinking it back through how it could make sense. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I am 100% firm confident that nothing's going to change in the future. Even my rep said, nobody knows what happens in the future, right? But that's all speculation. We don't know if cards will be popular in 5 years. Who the hell knows? But everybody is tying this together with the speculations and connecting PSA and SGC. Like immediately, as soon as it happened, and you mentioned the titles, and the titles are for clicks because nobody's searching collectors, but they're connecting the two companies, right? And they're not. They're separate still. SGC is running as SGC has ran for the last how many ever years, and how they're currently running. Nothing is changing on that front. Will it change? I said in my life, that's to be told in the future. But I think people need to disconnect putting the two together because they're not. And, there's speculation. Well, why would it make sense? What was explained to me was simply this, okay? SGC with, the $9 specials and all of the other things, they have took, they've took a little portion of the ultra modern segment away from PSA. Okay. They're not like competing where they're challenging them for the number one spot, but they have taken some of that market share away. And how better to get it back? Well, just buy the damn company that took it from you, and then you're getting all of the earnings, right? Let them operate as just internal competitors, but the same owner is making all the damn money. And yes, there's going to be people that are SGC loyalists, because I even told my rep, I said, you do understand that this was very confusing because a lot of your following is people that absolutely hate PSA. So did you think of the impacts with that? And they said, yes, we understand that some folks may not agree with this. They may move on. They won't want that money to go to collectors. Okay. But everybody that thinks, well, PSA could just abolish SGC and then, take it over and make it just PSA. Well, you have to understand you're going to lose market share. Like, it's not going to be the same people that's going to submit, because you're going to have them people that won't submit if it becomes PSA. You also have to think, I seen Ham's comment, I wouldn't grade with I wouldn't grade with SGC. Well, if collectors turned SGC into PSA, then guess what the hell you're doing? You're still using SGC. It's just got a different label on it. Like, so abolishing them, merging them, whatever, it could actually have negative implications rather than just let them operate and take in the earnings. Just let it be as it is. If it starts dropping too far, then you look at it and say, is it worth us keeping it open? But at the moment, why not just collect the money from your competitor? Like, block Fanatics, own the company, let them operate how they've been, let them stay given to the customers that like them, and you're getting the money. Like, you're being rewarded from first place and second place.
So kind of let me
piggyback
off of that. Let me piggyback off of that a little bit. Piggyback rides are usually Eric's domain. He gets very excited, but that's not what we're referring to here. But let me piggyback off of that point, though.
God damn it! I did it again.
Yeah, listen, you like the thumbs up. The thumbs up is important. I know you're a big fan. But anyway, so the thing is, so to Brandon's point here, there is people almost suggest it has to be one or the other. The truth is, I actually believe, and from folks that I've had the chance to speak to, I believe that there is an element of it that they'd like to try. And the thing is, it's a no-lose situation for them, because you could try it. And I offered one scenario. I offered the scenario of you could be an internal competitor. Again, we always forget, most people in the hobby don't pay attention to anything. I swear to you, if they decided to run SGC 2 years from now, there would be folks going, yeah, I hate PSA. I go to SGC, and they're like, PSA, Collectors owns SGC. And they're like,
both of them.
Wait, really? And I promise you, there's a whole segment that has no idea what's going on. They will never know what's going on unless somebody explicitly tells them. That's one. But here's number two. What's the worst case scenario? You try it. You do a couple of things. What if you're able to retain? What if for some reason, against Ham? Now, to be fair, whenever Ham talks about this, I also remind everybody that all it took was a free slab, and all of a sudden he likes to pimp for the coaster makers. And speak of give me nothing, how about give me less than nothing? Fucking coaster maker. So please get out of here. But much love, Ham, but come on. Much love, Ham, but come on, settle down. But when we're looking at this specific situation, though, the worst case scenario is they try it doesn't work, and then they just roll it in. They can always do that. That option is always available. They can literally flip the switch and say, all right, SGC is going away, whatever. But what if they try it, and some people begrudgingly are like, well, at least I still get my tuxedo. And again, what if you offer a very competitive value proposition? So Brandon, my angle there was, what if you offer a very compelling value proposition? What if I tell you can have $10 grading, 10-day turnaround, whatever. If you send it over to Boca Raton, owned by Collectors or not, SGC Pete will be there. He'll do the song and dance. He'll get your shit back in 10 days for $10 a card. Yep. Do the folks say no? They're like, no, I'd rather pay PSA 25.
It's like an old
folks that are at least going to consider it.
It's like an old Who song.
I'm sorry, Bobby. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be quick. It's like an old Who song. It's like meet the new boss, same as the old boss. It's like,
yes,
that's basically what's happening. Yeah. Go ahead, Brandon.
So you're talking about putting a value proposition and making SGC the lower value to try to appease the people over there with the quicker.
I'm not even saying lower value, because right now they're $15 today. What I'm saying is offer a distinction between the two, so that they don't feel like they're exactly the same thing, but with two different holders.
Well, you basically already have that, and it again, that's the unrecognized portion of it, because with PSA you do have the membership, the tiers for values and all the other things, whereas SGC, you don't have that, so there is, even though it's not like, okay, people think if PSA is $50, SGC is $15, in essence, there is a price discrepancy there because you can send an ultra modern card in that is $100,000 for $15, whereas PSA, it's going to cost you several $1,000s to get graded. So there's already a discrepancy there in the pricing. It's just not as obvious.
No, I get you. But what I'm referring to is, remember, we always talk about price sensitivity. Price sensitivity is a big thing with a lot of folks. So like I said, you know, the folks that submit through you very well. What if I said $12? That $15 one becomes $12. It's a couple of bucks, like, but $3 or $4, what difference would that make? It might,
pretty nice.
Again, but we adjust your margin accordingly. As a bulk submitter, we adjust your margin and give you what you're looking for accordingly. But just hypothetically, you throw out a number like that, and it feels a little bit different between the two. You make the difference a little bit more pronounced, increase their efficiency so they're still operating and profitability there. But it feels a little better saving a couple extra bucks.
I guess. I don't really see this being more than it really is. I think it's just an acquisition, and we own them, and we're just going to move on. And you know, SGC is going to be SGC. They're going to keep doing what they do. PSA is going to keep doing what they do. Just Collectors Universe is going to take the profits from both. So,
right,
and maybe they might go public, and then they're going there, you know, and that's great.
Well, they will. Like, here's the thing: we talk about they will go public.
Oh, yeah.
When? I have no idea, but they will.
When is the question? Yes, of course. And we know that that's a great thing, because the more in your portfolio, the better you look. Hey, why not, right? Mm-hmm. I think it's pretty simple. I think everybody's trying to figure this out, although there's nothing to figure out, because you can't know what's going on unless you're in the boardroom and what they're talking about and what they're foreseeing and why they purchased it. So until we find that out, really, it's just sort of business as usual. You know, Peter's still going to be Peter. They're still going to have...
Everybody's being retained. Everything is staying the same.
All the errors.
The graders, all of them are the same.
Yep. Still the wrong shit. The wrong dates. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Bob Jackson says, Bobbles, what's your SGC playout? So you know the 9-figure bank account thing that Golden talks about? He stole that.
Probably.
From someone.
I've been sitting here paying bills because I can now.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice. Timeless Carbo says, it doesn't look right when a pre-work card is anything but SGC holder. Look, like I said, I'm not married to the take in the sense that I'm like, I'm going to the grave with this. But I think for the sake of conversation, I can make the devil's advocate argument here. Like I said a moment ago, at the end of the day, if you're collectors, you can pull the plug anytime you want. If it's not working, just pull the plug. It's fine. Yeah. But you have an opportunity to try.
Why would you?
Like, give it a try, give it a go. And if the audience says, nope, we rejected SGC under collectors is not the same, we're not going to do it again. You know, you sold out. You're not like the Hindi band we knew. Fine, then just kill it and move on.
Yeah.
Yep. Not a big deal.
I think it's pretty simple. Because otherwise, why would you acquire it? You know, it doesn't make any sense. You have two different companies. You can't merge them as one. It's just, you're just taking their business away. But you're not, because the business isn't contractual. It's not like they have this amount of business that's coming. They do, but it's not on contract. It's random. Mm-hmm. You know, it can vary. And it's by people's choice at that point. And getting into people's choice, you're not going to really divide them. You like SGC, you like PSA, you're going to choose the one you like. If you got a whole bunch of holders and your whole set is PSA, you're going to go, and you're with the registry. You know, that's the one thing that might happen is Collectors Universe will go, hey, you need a registry. You need to do a little bit better here and here and here. That's, other than that, I don't think they're going to be any different. I don't think they're merging together. No way.
Here's a fun thought on it, though. Let's remove the card grading from it and look at it at the business side. Okay, just let's look at it for what it was. It was a business decision on both behalves, right?
Mm-hmm. All business.
And some folks know the history of SGC and how Dave acquired it from Certified Collectible Group and all of that. You have to think, when he acquired it, since it was about to be abolished anyway, and he took it into its own individual, company, he had to have gotten that for peanuts. And then everybody talks about how, why are you buying at the top? Well, collectors just purchased SGC right after they got the new office space or whatever, did all of that. They just hit their largest month ever that they've ever done, with the little updates. The apps just came out. They've been adding to the company. Their value right now has probably been higher than it had ever been in its existence. And that's when collectors bought them. So they had to have seen some value in it, and I'm not, there are ors to this, Or it was just solely to block fanatics, and they're like, okay, you know, we don't want fanatics to have them,
Would
so we're gonna go
fanatics
ahead and buy
step
it.
down?
I mean,
Fanatics step
that's
down
all
to
it
grab
could
a
be.
second tier? I don't think so.
So one important thing, well, the thing is that with the whole point of an SGC acquisition is that at least, again, you starting off with an infrastructure, and then you can ramp it up if you want. But again, you still have to get enough graders and everything.
You can throw enough money into something and you still can't make it go. You know,
yeah.
Most people don't like the tuxedo, and that's probably why they don't collect it. And PSA has been around a lot longer, and people are hard to change.
There is an element of preference. So kind of to International Borders' point here, I think one of the key pieces here that I've been trying to convey is, and maybe we'll explain it this way, and Brandon can kind of corroborate this. Look, if you sit there and you say, oh, just roll into PSA and whatever, here's the thing. They had 1.22 million last month. So the new gem rate data for the month of February did come out. So there is an update. So PSA went up slightly and SGC went down slightly, but it's still like 140,000 for the month, and PSA was like 1.24 million. So
it was also
pretty substantial.
I mean, not much, but February was a couple days shorter.
Exactly, for sure.
We'll play a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll combine the two and we'll say like 1.4 million, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark vicinity. Okay, great. So here's the thing. So between the two of them, they did about 1.4 million cards in the month of February. If PSA said, okay, screw it, SGC, peace out, we're sending them in a Viking funeral, we're done, SGC's over. Cool. That 140, 150,000 SGC, most of those folks, or a good chunk of those folks, won't go over to PSA. They'll either go to one of the other competitors, or they'll be like, okay, we're going to One Touches. Like, I'm being serious. There's some people who are so fixated on a specific brand. And here's a different analogy for some folks that may remember this. Back for the wrestling guys, the heyday, whenever they talk about the heyday, there's two. There was the 80s when WWE was, one apex, but the absolute top apex was the Monday Night Wars. That was the big era when WCW and WWE were competing against each other. Well, WWE won that war, and they bought WCW, and they had them and everything. At their apex, 10 million people a month, 10 million people a week on Monday nights were watching the show. They got rid of WCW, absorbed them in, and then Monday Night Raw became 10 million viewers per week, right? Nope. A bunch of those WCW folks went away and never came back.
Yep.
Brand loyalty is strong. You don't automatically, just because you got rid of your competitor doesn't mean you automatically get the business. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way in entertainment. It doesn't work that way in any other. Some people are like, you know what? Screw this. I'm out completely. Mm-hmm. They'll just move on to, again, another competitor. Or so PSA just eliminating SGC and just, Thanos snapping them out of existence doesn't pick up the 140, 150,000 cards automatically. Yep. I don't know what percentage it is, but it might be shockingly low percentage for some of the, because if some of the folks are hell bent on, we just hate PSA, and that's the reason they're grading with SGC, then it's not going to work getting rid of SGC and being PSA.
True. But whatever.
So just something to throw in there. So I bet Neo and the SGC will be grading cards with the SGC logo with them come the 2026 National. Yes, I remember you guys were working out that wager. You have to make sure you actually pin them down to a wager, though. Make sure there's some stakes. Good evening, Hobby Champs. Been a few days. Anything interesting happen in the hobby or not? KSA, new holder and labels. Revolutionizing the hobby. Crazy time, man.
Greatest thing that's ever happened.
But you got to give them credit because they are trying to improve. It took them how many years? Oh man, they've been around since
96.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in 96, yeah.
And but another guy owned it, and then Nathan bought it out in 15, 20 years now. Yeah, maybe.
You know what this play is, though, don't you, Bobby?
No.
They charge for new labels. They charge you to get a reholder.
Oh, yeah. KSA?
Probably.
And that's the thing that people don't think about, really. It's such a simple little thing, but we discussed earlier.
If they screw up, you have to pay?
No,
it's KSA,
they updated the label.
Or if you're using KSA, you're paying one way or the other. You've paid. You've paid.
I don't know. I heard that they grade. I heard KSA is more accurate than PSA and SGC. I'll just say that.
What?
I will. There's a long story there, but
well, listen. Hold
You
on.
make the best takes. These last 2 weeks, buddy, you have made the greatest.
It's not my take.
In hobby
it is not my
history.
take. Hold on,
Eric,
hold on,
Eric,
hold
I will
on,
have
hold
you know,
on,
I will
hold on.
have you know that I am enjoying the baubles and ball cards, hot take, Skip Bayless era. I am
We need to
enjoying
start
it.
writing this
He's like,
stuff
I'm
down.
going to say the most outlandish thing, and I'm going to go
We
out
need
there.
to start writing this stuff down.
Listen,
and Collectors World did not buy KSA. That's hard to believe. There's the Canadian counterpart.
I can't really. We can sort of. Oh, there we go. Thanks for holding on. Who knows? Maybe KSA will give me a 70. Yes, that's right. Yeah, there is somebody who is. There is someone. There's specifically somebody out there. But look, I gotta say, I don't understand why Bobby is laughing so hard. I know for a fact the KSA is easy. was actually the hobby's first AI grader. They actually use a random number generator to come up with the numbers. They're the first ever AI grader. Sure. So as far as I'm concerned, the coaster makers are ripping KSA off, and they're like a distant number 457. KSA has been doing this since 96. Yeah. They're the OGs in AI grading. Random.org, hit the button. It's like, all right, today it's a 6. Yeah.
Before it was the random number thing they do on the computer, it was the dartboard. So, I mean,
but listen, as Bobby said, they were acquired about 15 or 20 years ago, and they went to the little bingo spinner thing. Like, the thing where you get the balls, and then you just go, and then you pull out. That's how they come up with the grades now. It's pretty high tech, man. It's pretty high tech.
It's high end.
So Hobby Champ says PSA Limited, their only real competitor. That's what this was. Smart move.
Nothing
really changes beyond them. They were 1 in 10, 1 in 8.
The light from the sun would take 10 years for it to get close enough to being close to PSA.
Yeah.
You can't take the market over. You can't. There's nothing revolutionary that SGC could ever do that would even get them another 5% closer.
Not much. I think people,
because the market hasn't really shifted. The only thing that has shifted is shifted down. So who has?
I think Bobby. Down, I think you also hit on the key point though. Huh? You hit on the key point though about the tuxedo thing. It either works for you or it doesn't. Because it is so distinctive. If you like it, then you like it. But like I've actually been in the camp where I have no problem buying it. I've said this repeatedly. You pull the clips. I have no problem buying SGC cards. I have no issue with their grading. I have no issue with their authenticity, capabilities, and all that. Dates, but that's a different thing. But I've never been a big fan of the tuxedo. Never. Old label, new label, I don't care. I'm just not a fan. So to me, I'm not going to submit anything of my stuff directly into it. But will I buy an SGC card? Yeah, sure. If the price is right, and yeah, why not? Like, I'm not going to have any qualms with the card I get out of it. I think it'll be perfect. I think it's a very reasonable value proposition. So I've had no issue adding SGC graded cards to my collection, and I'm not going to necessarily crack them out. Why add the expense unless I need to for some reason? But why? Otherwise,
I don't think I don't think SGC has really came up and PSA has come down. I think they have risen above their competition, which was Beckett at one point, and they keep dropping down as they go up, but they're not really going up closer to PSA. They're kind of just, the other ones are going lower. The unfortunate part, but KSA is closing fast.
I like Gary's comment here. I'm gonna get caught up on the comments here, but Gary here says this is a Fanatics Overlord play, and they now buy collectors and own it all.
Eventually,
I like especially that he included the mwahaha in there. That's important. I'm envisioning Michael Rubin. I like it. I'm a fan. Card Vibe says SGC had a fast turnaround compared to PSA, but now PSA is caught up in turning it around fast. They have sped up, so it is an improvement. SGC is still quicker in the two of them, but yeah, they have been improving it a little bit. I have PSA orders since September. Yep. Yeah. I know some folks have had some issues with those. I've actually had pretty good turnaround times on my stuff, but I understand. Your mileage may vary. Paul says stakes on the Neo bet is loser buys deep dish pizza. Fair. That's right. Oh, I remember that portion. Yeah.
So real quick, and I just wanted to check on the gem rate data here, because people are talking about, again, going back to keeping them separate and not even risking your customers going to one of the bottom guys here. But if you look at this, it was 852,000 sports cards between PSA and SGC. 852,000. Beckett and CGC's competition now combined did 46,000.
Yeah, it's not even
So
close.
you
I agree.
just took the entire chunk. Like TCG, okay, SGC, that's not their forte. They're not giving them any added really benefit in that portion. But you just took the sports card market in the month of February, 852,000 to 46,000. That is freaking massive.
Mm-hmm. So I want to read this first. SGC was still the second most popular third-party grader. Any future threat has been eliminated. I'm not going to disagree with you. Like I said, it's a worthy discussion. I want to present the alternative angle on it, because otherwise it'll be very one-sided and everybody will be like, all right, SGC's dead. Count, toll the bell. I want to have a little bit of fun with this. Look, I actually want, like, for me, selfishly, content-wise, I want them to try this. I want zombie SGC to run for a little bit. Try some shit. Like, give it a go. And again, if it doesn't work, then yeah, shutter the damn thing and send SGC Pete out to pasture. Do whatever you need to do. But give us the second SGC podcast before he goes. Because I got a comment here from Bob Boozle, and I agree with him. Does Peter's announcement count as the second episode of the SGC podcast? No, you're not getting off the hook that easy. I want a real podcast episode, and I want fucking flying cars. You shyster, SGC Pete. Give me what I was promised.
Here's a fun question.
Before you give a fun question, I want to make sure I read Zach's comment because it pertains to you. Been waiting to bring this up. Brandon tried to tell you about SGC being bought on the Money Podcast. When he started talking nonsense about Valley Grid, BCCCCG, we weren't able to put two and two together. He was trying to tell us, as the owner of SGC, the fix was in. If you had listened to the podcast on Tuesday, then you'd have known the truth.
He knew.
Mm-hmm.
It was broken. I guess it was breaking news before breaking news that PSA was acquiring and creating, or collectors. Let's be specific. Was acquiring and having a second source for grading. Look, there you go. It was, and to be clear, I didn't have a damn clue. But that is as coincidental as it could get. But here's a fun question. So there's talk and like speculation. And again, I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm being realistic. We don't know. But with all of the speculation that SGC will go away, here's a fun question. Does Beckett or CGC crumble before SGC would be cut off?
On that. What's the odds?
Because if you look at, like, if you really just look at the total of what collectors holds now with PSA and SGC, the other two aren't. I mean, CGC is doing okay on the TCG market, but outside of that, they're not doing much.
Beckett has so much potential, and I'm surprised they haven't been picked up. But are they for sale? Who knows?
Probably not. Like I said, like, based on the holding company, I really don't see it. And like I said, that brand has terminal cancer, and it's been dying. And it's at a certain point, it's like Eric's over there trying to pull the plug on them every day. Like, please, just mercy killing. Let it end. Just please, just end it. Let me pull the plug.
They got rid of Jeremy, and it was over, right?
That's what I'm saying. It was over. Real quick. Stukes here says Splendid Sports did an SGC 6 and Beckett 9.5 crack and sub to PSA. SGC came back a PSA 7. Beckett came back a PSA 7.
Wow. So they're even.
Huh? They're even, yeah. We talked about that one. So thank you, Bob Boozle. I agree. I'm glad you brought up the SGC podcast, so I did appreciate that. So JW here, good evening. Your lead story led me to the site. I didn't know it was a Canadian company. They've been around since 96. Believe it or not, they've been around since 96. Like, they're actually older than SGC. They are actually older than SGC, which is hilarious if you think about it. You may have 10 extra web traffic tonight. That's probably true.
Yeah, I remember. I met him actually in '96, the owner, when he first started, and he was, he was okay. I think actually Nathan started doing a better job at the beginning there. So, anyways, the same.
Look, we joke about this endlessly. We talked about earlier. Beckett, for all its ridiculousness, its stupidity. Again, it's a holding company who actually likes making money. If they're like, wait, we don't even have to try, and these idiots will keep submitting. Look, regardless of what you may think, there were tens of thousands of people who actually still submitted cards to Beckett.
Oh, yes.
Despite, like, they're actively trying to be like, don't. They're like, please don't. We're gonna make this stupid. We're gonna screw you over in every turn. We're gonna make this miserable for everyone. Well, no, we want 40,000 of us must submit cards. Why?
What if Beckett is?
Change.
What if Beckett's putting out numbers? Because back in the day, Dr. Beckett was like Old Man Tag and just had
Old Man Tag.
thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of cards that he claimed were submitted, and they've just been stacked in a little storage area back there that they've never gotten to. And they're like, hey, Chuck, go pull 30 grand out. We're going to do those this month. And really, those were submitted in like 2002.
Okay, so listen, I'm going to read a couple of comments here, but Bobby, I want to come back to this. Eric, I need you in on this conversation because now this has taken a turn, and we have to talk about something, and this is very important. Brandon is on a warpath. He must be stopped. We must have an intervention. We're about to have a discussion here. We're about to have a conversation. Orlando says Beckett is dead. We can split CGC for that because the comments are going exactly nowhere. If you want to say CGS, eliminate sports rating share. For the record, I still would love CGC to do better. I actually like the CGC slabs. You know what? If you SGC fanboys are so angry, could you go to CGC? Because I actually like the CGC. I like them to do. I would love for them to pick up some strays, from this situation if that's what's going to happen. Could you guys do that? That'd be great. Beckett is opted for a slow death. Yes, I agree very clearly. Bob Boozle said, I've seen Roadkill make more moves than Beckett. True. Beckett just has the name. Stupid people run it. Yes. They tried to change their grading scale. Yes, they did. we touched on that, Orlando. Okay, so real quick. So for the record, for those of you keeping score, the reason I rolled up my sleeves is because I got very excited when Brandon went down this path. So first, Beckett is like Jeff Wilson. And then it's like, and then it was going to be BCCCCCCCCG. And it's like one, and then here now it's like, well, Beckett must be like Old Man Tag. And I'm like, oh. Only floating head is a greater insult in these waters. But over here, Brandon's taking some veil. He's lobbing grenades over. Beckett's still alive, but you'd think like, oh, he's rolling over in his grave. No, here's a grenade. Brandon's going to make sure you get it, old man. Fake Dr. Beckett. Statistics does not count. You have a doctorate. You are not a doctor. You cannot write a prescription. But Brandon's like, fuck you, old man. Here's a grenade.
You can write a subscription, but not a prescription.
I was gonna say, like, it's like, Brandon, do we need to have a conversation? Like, Eric hates the Beckett company, but you seem to have it in for the man.
He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, but he's.
Are you not concerned though that he's been masquerading as a fake doctor? That's like malpractice. That's terrible.
And it's we had this discussion before we went live about like your technical name versus the name you use, and maybe that's just his thing, right?
Sure, same thing basically. Sure.
Brandon's side.
Look, he buys a lot of cards just to learn about them. And what if he just put them in the storage room back there? And when he left, he's like, "Look, sayonara, y'all deal with it. Y'all clean the warehouse out." They just let the dust pile up, and they were like, "Guys, we don't have nothing." And they looked in the storage room like, we've got cards. And they realized they had, some cards back there, and they started grading them just so they can still look. The dude that makes the decisions is locked up. He doesn't know what they're doing. He's just on his tablet in prison looking at gem rate. Hey, the guys did 30 grand this month, Like, think about it. It's a possibility. Do you see ultra modern Beckett cards on eBay for sale?
Eric, I think Brandon changed after the PSA overlords took over. Like, he's a different man. Once he learned about the merger acquisition,
that's my teammate now.
He's a changed man. I don't remember this guy.
I only have one question, Brandon.
Only one,
buddy. We care about you here, and I have one question for you. Who hurt you?
Nobody.
This
on the doll. Can you tell us where the fake doctor touched you?
Yes.
We're your support system. We are your friends, and we.
Oh dear God, you're doomed. You are so doomed.
This.
Who hurt you? He's so doomed.
This episode, in the absence of like, there is Brandon. He's like,
it really is.
He went dark. He's wearing dark.
These last two comments have really Absolutely. These last two comments, though, have really filled me with life. I appreciate them. First, Hobby Champs is BGS is the MySpace of third-party graders. I like that. I like what you went there.
True.
Bob Boozle says, Geoff should have spent his money on Beckett brand instead of Costco. Yes. Yes.
Smart.
That would be that, Eric. That is the synergistic. That would be sensational. Market movers powered by Beckett. Yes. Yes.
Yes. And
I have not really gone after Jeff very often. That's just not something I care to do. But if he got into bed with Beckett, he will be enemy number one.
Eric will join the Geoff slander.
Oh yeah, I will get on board anybody's I hate Jeff Wilson ship if he does that.
I think the only savior for Jeff is if he bought that Gretzky case.
So
wouldn't that be something?
We'll talk about Geoff here in a second because this is a good segue. This is a good segue. We spent the first hour talking about the grading thing. There isn't really too much more to add. We had our fun with it, and obviously Brandon's ongoing feud with Dr. Beckett is very much exciting. God. I'm kind of enjoying that, but we'll move on. We'll move on here for a moment. I'll read a couple comments here. Hobby Champ says Eric still uses MySpace. By the way, no one tell him. True. Zach says Brandon has changed. You can hear it in his voice. I know he went to the dark side. He's dark. He's Darth Baubles now. Eric has friends. Question. What the hell is Eric doing? A valid question at all times.
My bestie friend in the entire world is Billy Cilio.
Yeah, I like Billy.
I want the whole world to know it. I want the whole world to know that my bestie friend, my BFFFFFFFFF is Billy Cilio.
He would prefer if you refer to him by his legal name, Spicy Eye.
Yes, I like Spicy Eye.
Yeah, that is true. My best friend in the entire world is Spicy Eye.
There you go. Dan says here, I have it on the good sources that Geoff is buying GIA grading. Maybe both. Maybe you should buy GIA and Beckett. GIA. Think about that, Dan.
Yeah.
All the power brands, the synergies. I like it. All right, let's talk about Geoff for a bit. By the way, if there's anything else you guys want to touch on, look, we made fun of it because it's fun. Frankly, it is a lot of fun. The SGC thing, we'll wait and see. I see no harm in them trying shit. Try it for a while. See if it doesn't work, then yeah, can it? Shit, can it? Who cares? Like I don't care. I don't have a vested interest in this really, but I think it's more interesting if they try some stuff and then find out if it can work or not. Give it a try. Let's see what happens. And if it doesn't work, well then fine. Then can it and become PSA Florida? It'll be fine.
There's one scenario nobody's spoken of, and I am on this team. I am fully engaged in this camp.
Are you going to suggest like
don't
physical harm?
This is a good one. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Everybody is talking about Collectors is going to scrap SGC. No. It's going to blow everybody's mind if they scrap PSA.
Yeah.
Oh,
sure. Yeah. Exactly.
Brad, I'll teach you how to submit to SGC. Don't worry. But
listen,
back, buddy.
Listen, Brandon, you shouldn't be talking shit. Listen, you shouldn't be talking shit. I will have you know, facts. I had a conversation with the Brad Hartland of PSA Canada, and when I called him and we had a conversation on the phone, I greeted him as SGC Canada. I said, "So you're SGC Canada, right? Is that the deal? Like, is this what's going on?"
He actually texted me at 4:38 a.m.
That's 5:30 for him.
Yeah, he's up ridiculously early.
With an hour and a half.
With hashtag teammates.
Yeah.
So yes, we're already on board together, partners. So we're on good terms. Right. Always have been, and now it's official. So there we go.
Yeah, let's trash PSA and take SGC to the top, baby.
There you go.
Where does that put Beckett then?
Hey.
Dumpster in the back of Collectors.
No, it drives it right up to third, baby. Strong third.
not strong third. No, just with TCG alone, Bobby. With TCG alone, CSG is ahead of them. With TCG alone, they're ahead of Beckett. That's the thing. Like Beckett is literally fourth, and even with another competitor eliminated, they're still fourth. But they're still fourth. Beckett's BFF is Tom from MySpace. GI went out of business like 10 years ago. Yes. GI should be sheep that. Yes. I'll smoke whatever Bobbles is doing. There you go. I like it. Yeah. Worst case scenario is that they merge all the letters together. PSGCA. There you go.
It's like YMCA.
Did Beckett ever fix their slab problem? So Bob Jackson, that's the reason why the KSA joke was so much fun. They specifically said anti-counterfeiting. KSA has anti-counterfeiting measures in their holder now,
but not
as opposed to Beckett, who's done shit. They've done nothing. Nothing.
But they don't have anti-counterfeit in their grading.
Different conversation, Bobby. One thing at a time.
It's the same.
First the holder, then the grading.
We'll see. Anyway,
going forward. All right. So we'll move on here for a moment. So I actually got a chance to sit down and listen to the most recent Jeff Wilson show. I know. Hold back the excitement. He's basically the Dr. Beckett of our current generation. So I've heard it from someone. Someone's put that up. Someone's put that up there.
Was that the hour and a half one or something?
I don't know. I put it on 2x speed. So
from now on, it is canon that he will be called Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, Dr. Wilson. Yeah, Dr. Geoff. He can be the doctor of thugonomics. It's just as legit as statistics. If you're going to call yourself doctor anyway. All right. So anyway, I listened to the damn thing, and he was talking about 10xing. Of course he did. 10xing Cars HQ, and he's going to 10x Cars HQ with live selling.
Hey, it works for fanatics.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about live selling again. Okay. So the damn live selling thing. Here, all he's got so far.
How much do you bid? Okay, next. It's so fucking impressive.
Well, Bobby, that's what we're talking about. Bobby, this is what I'm going to refer to. The problem, like, I'm sitting there. You want to talk about somebody smoking? We got to find out whatever Geoff is on, because he literally was sitting there, and I was going to like, why? So again, he's still talking up the idea of, getting all these live stream booths going and selling all these cards. And he's saying, well, our challenge is we don't have enough cards. Well, yeah, if you're selling through a bunch of these relatively cheap cards in succession, you're going to have to fill up carts full of them. I did listen to Sports Card Radio Stream when they were talking about that. Obviously, they were making fun of them for like an hour of it. But I will say the part that is true is that it's not really a innovative thing to be like, yeah, we're going to go hit up all these card shows and buy a crap ton of cards. Yes. Yeah, you're going to have to, based on what you got there. Pretty much you're going to have to.
Doing that for 50 years.
Yeah, that's the point. The point is that, again, back to my video, they got some Jeff Wilson fanboys annoyed that were whining about it and crying to me in the comments. I'm sitting there like, I literally just said he's not innovating. That's my main thing. My main thing is there's nothing innovative about any of this. So, and then he's still talking about India and China. I'm like, you're not in India or China. It doesn't matter what they're doing. You have to convince a North American audience predominantly to tune into your shit and buy it. And to be clear, just so we're all on the same page. And again, I like to have a more serious conversation about this. And the serious conversation is this. I have watched the Whatnot streams. As a buyer, this is a miserable experience.
It's horrible.
Because if I want to actually buy something, it's terrible.
Going, how does this work?
It's a bad. Here's the thing. Like I understand how it works, but it's still not a good experience. Brandon, when I'm buying cards, I want to buy the damn card. I don't want to sit there and wait 25 minutes while you go through 50 other cards I don't give a shit about so that you can get to the one I want, and it's a 20-second auction. Yeah. It's bullshit. I just want to buy the damn thing. I would have literally just offered you money for the thing. Let me buy the thing I want to buy.
It's counterproductive. It doesn't even work. I don't understand it. It's poor commerce. If you want to talk about it, it's actually, I was a salesperson, a sales rep for, corporate coffee company for 8 years. How do you even call that sales? It's not even sales. It's just like opportunistic, random, possible chance of a maybe winning the card if it goes for cheaper than like, it's so stupid. It makes no sense. What is WhatsApp? What's up with WhatsApp app?
But
there you go.
Let me ask you a question, because I don't pay attention to a lot of the whatnots and all the other live streaming stuff, because as y'all said, it's boring. Like it's boring. You just sit there.
Nothing.
People like watching breaks because of the unknown of what's coming out of the packs, and I don't even watch a lot of that anymore. But in breaks,
live breaks, I can get behind. But when you're talking about live selling individual cards, and then I have to wait. Even if you're showing me like, in 25 cards is the card I want. Wait, so I got to sit here while these idiots drone on for 25 cards, 25 lots, so that I can get to the one card that I want.
Who proposed that?
So,
like, they sitting around a boardroom going, hey, I know what we'll do. We'll just put cards up and people have 20 seconds to bid, and we'll just keep going and keep going and keep going until it doesn't stop. And then we'll make all this money. And it's just dumb. It's dumb. Anybody who does it is dumb.
If they're already uploading the cards and they're there so you can see ahead of what's coming down the pipeline, right?
You can't.
What if
no? They just put like lot number 1, lot number 2, lot number 3. You can't see what it is.
Okay, so some people I know upload everything.
I have seen folks that that's a better system. If you
Definitely
actually can see what's coming ahead of time, that's way better. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know because I'm not I'm not fully familiar with how it all works on whatnot and everything. But what do you think? And maybe Jeff's got all these techie people. What if there's a way to develop it that they upload it all there, and you like say you want card 17, but you don't have any interest in the rest of them? You could put what your max bid is. That way, when it comes up for that 20 seconds, it just auto bids for you. It has an auto bid system to whatever you're comfortable buying it at. Would that interest you more? Do you think that would help the whole process?
I just don't think Whatnot is sophisticated. Whatnot is not sophisticated enough to handle that. And look, I'll push back on same thing I did in my video, and I'm going to say this slowly and calmly, just so I don't get overly animated because it irritates the hell out of me listening to that amount of idiocy.
Right.
You don't need live selling to be a 24/7 card shop. It is called an eBay store. Yes. It is called a website. It's called e-commerce. People can buy things from you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you have international shipping, they can purchase from anywhere in the world. And all you need is the inventory on there, a shopping cart that can handle payments and give you the addresses so that your shipping department in the morning can get a pile of this is what needs to go out. These are the addresses. You can print shipping labels and send it out.
And the problem
is not that complicated.
So what's up? Puts it up.
Yes. Brandon, I literally, but the thing is, in the video, I pointed to Burbank. I go, they already do this. And it's not rocket science. And by the way, I've purchased from Burbank. They've sent it to Canada and it works. The system works. It's not complicated.
It's like, why do you want to limit yourself down to 15 seconds in a particular day that you have to only bid on that one card that comes up for auction? Like, it's just like, and you got eBay, you can load your store. ComC,
well,
same thing.
The other thing,
enjoy.
The other thing that many people point out that are familiar with the live selling platform, in most cases, the card is going to bring below market value.
Yeah,
anyway.
You would think. Yeah, it's like you're dumping stuff. I'll just take whatever we can get for it. I don't understand it. There's no emotional. See, I think this is where we divide the hobby into where it's kind of going. Is like, where's that emotion of buying that card? Where's that sense of feeling? Like, if you want, I guess if you're chasing a certain card and it's coming up and you're going to go for it, I get it. But on a constant basis, is that there's no emotion to it. It's just like money and card. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah. And who's sitting there watching that 24/7? I'd like to know. It's not 24/7,
but so I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the key points, because there's a lot of directions we can take it, but I want to make sure we don't lose sight of a key point, and that is, I have no problem with you wanting to do Whatnot as one of your verticals. Sure, you want to do it that way. There are some people that legitimately want to sit there for an afternoon and watch that. It's QVC model. That's fine. Yeah. But QVC exists, the shopping network, the shopping channel, that exists for a reason. You can have a themed show. Hey, for this show, we're going to do cards that are related to this specific theme or that specific theme, and tune in. And if your hosts are entertaining enough and all that, there's an entire cottage industry. Look, the whole Don West thing, the infamous Don West clips and everything are because he was a tremendous salesman.
Right.
And people would tune in just to watch him do all kinds of outlandish things and say all kinds of outlandish things. He was an entertainer who sold shit. Yep. So people would tune in and they would patronize it like, hey, we want to support it. We want to keep seeing Don doing all this wacky stuff. But here's the key, though. The online version of this loses a lot of that charm. It doesn't have it. It doesn't have the same kind of charm because, again, and even in this podcast episode, he's talking about, we got to make it, we got to put more of them through faster. So basically, you're basically forcing these guys to have to ram through card after card after card after card after card just to keep things moving so that you can make some money on effectively. There's so many 99-cent, $1 cards that, like, okay, you made 15 cents. Congratulations. Like, who cares?
It's just not even.
I know the secret. Like Jeff, hit me up.
Now,
I know what you can do.
Hmm.
Everybody loves them. They work great. You'll make lots of money. You could probably even go 20x instead of 10x. But you are going to need a lot more cards. And Paul here, he mentions the dumping $5 cards. Perfect business model. 10x, make all your money, get rid of the stuff, make your customers absolutely happy. Repacks.
Repack. There you go.
Oh,
Sensation.
Repack. I still think I don't know. I still think that's almost illegal to a degree. Like you'd almost have to get a license.
Hey, I mean,
hey,
I didn't give him the legality.
Spade is spade, that's the thing. What are you gonna do?
That'd be quite a. I would love to see that. I would love to see them try to. So, what do you want to do about the 1990s version of it? It's been 35 years. Like, dude, it's been going on for a long time.
I meant to fully clarify. So you make the repacks, and then you do the bids for your break spots of your repacks and your whatnot. So you're not really selling the individual cards. You're selling the spots to do the breaks of your repacks, and then those folks get the cards. So
repacks just wanted to money maker. Money making that's repack is money making. Let's make more money off of some junk, and we'll throw a nice little couple surprises in there, and then people buy it. It's just like, what? It doesn't even
32 spots is all you got to do, and then you can get rid of a ton of cards.
Yeah, and that doesn't help the hobby going forward. If anything, that disenchants people, I believe, at that point, because you only have that for so long, and they come out and they come back in. People come in, come out, come in, come out. What happens? Because they find out the reality of it all after they've spent that much money. They go, I never really got anything. And that gambling sense loses. I can find something else to gamble on more, honestly.
So he could also take it a step further, and if the people chose to do an immediate cash out, he could give them 60% store credit for the online store of the 60% comp of the value of the cards they hit in the break repacks. So they're immediately cashing out, and they can use that credit to buy into more repacks and just continue cashing out.
It's like Herbal Essence and so on and so on, and yeah, just never ends.
Wow.
And
I didn't have Herbal Essence on my bingo card. Well done by you. Zach Sear says, what do you think about what he said about not adding 10 seconds to the auction because he wants to max the amount of cards? Yeah, he was talking about putting through more volume of cards instead of getting max profit on each card, but he admits to not finding enough inventory has been an issue. Yeah, it was look, I watch it because it's fascinating listening to the descent of a man trying to talk. It's like every time he speaks, he is more convincing that, like, have you really ever tried running a retail business? Or have you even talked to a guy
clearly not
who ran one for like a weekend? Anything? Because you're just saying shit. Jeff is an idea guy. He likes to throw ideas at the wall and be like, all right, make it happen, everybody. And it's like everybody's like, but I don't know if we can, can we make that happen? Is that even a thing?
If he didn't buy that Gretzky case, he's in trouble.
He's in trouble.
Well, I mean, we all know you bought the damn Gretzky case. All right, let's knock it off.
I'm just leaving it over there for now.
He's going to be included in the repack. It's going to be very exciting. So Paul says 15-second auctions are fine for the $20 and under cards. Anything after that's just dumb. I got no problem with someone dumping $5 cards that way. So again, my argument isn't about the whatnot thing. I'm fine with it. If you want to do it, that's fine. My only point is that it's not a great way to actually buy a card you want.
It's not the pandemic anymore.
But also, Bobby, seriously, it's not a great way of buying a specific card you want. Like, if I have to sit here and wait for you, this sucks. I got shit to do. I'm not interested. I can't sit here for all day. Just let me hit buy it now or make an offer on whatever I specifically want and then ship it to me.
Because they don't have to type anything. They don't have to list anything because that takes time, right? So all you have to do is grab that card, put it up and go, okay, there. And that goes to this guy. That's a lot of work for these small. And it's honestly, I can't see them really getting their money back out of that because the handling would be more expensive than it would be.
Plus, you're paying the guy to do it. You're paying the guys that are streaming it. Yeah,
the handling of the card. You got to pay the guy who puts it in the envelope and goes to the post office. Honestly, think about it.
Yep.
What if he's not actually paying them? What if he went to Atlanta Corrections?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry.
And offered his business as a place for people to do their community.
So it's an inmate program. You come and work at Cards HQ as a whatnot breaker, when you're out of during your time off prison.
Yes.
Or you get community service time for going in and running the Whatnot show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gang
Maybe I'm not even paying.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bob also says, stay tuned for Jeff's next innovation, including a written record of your purchase with your order. Would be pretty revolutionary. Pretty crazy. I'm just excited for the next one of Arena Club repacks. True. One good card and 999 other crap ones. Oh, come on. It's one good card and 999 other crap ones. Come on. Elevate it. Bring it up
there.
Yep. Bob also said the first great hobby documentary, The Rise and Fall of Cards HQ. Listen, if you're not recording it right now, documentary makers,
we can look back and say,
play.
I was there.
This is the play.
They're going to take clips from your show, Carlos. I know it.
And
we'll all be on it.
Hey, listen, this is important. Bobby, if I learned nothing from the hobby documentary, this is the angle. This is the way. This is the way.
It has to.
The scent of a man who has never smelled the scent of a woman. Bob Boozle being downright poetic. Hobby Champ says repacks aren't all that different from buying unopened. Trust is the key factor. Do you trust who's putting the repack together? Do we trust the manufacturers? I think that's fair. I think reasonable take.
Do we trust the guys who are putting repacks together? Oh, yeah, 100%.
Oh,
they're the most honest.
Listen, I'll have you know, Topps couldn't figure out how to put first card on the front of a card of one of ones.
Can you trust that? Make only one into a pack.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Those repacks do that. Are all about the vibes, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That's a lot of vibes. Paul here says agree 100% on the short auctions, but neither of us are that audience. And again, I want to make sure I'm clear about this. That's fine. I don't need to be that audience. There is an audience for that. That doesn't have to be me. But if you're Geoff and you want to run a card shop, here's the thing. You do want my money, though. You do want Brandon's money or other folks' money. There are avenues. Again, I have no moral objections from buying shit from Cards HQ if you have something I want, but you must make it available in an avenue that makes sense. A website, an eBay store, a ComC account, anything. Like these are avenues that I purchase stuff on now. Make it available in one of these avenues, and I will buy that shit from you if the price is reasonable. I have no problem doing that for you. But you tell me, oh, I got to go on this Whatnot thing. I'm like, no, dude. It's not worth my time. I'm sorry. That ain't happening.
I use Whatnot quite a bit. Now, here's the caveat.
You do?
I do. Here's the caveat. I only buy for my friends when they're on it selling their stuff.
So you're fudging the what?
I'm not fudging anything. I'm saying
I don't buy just for your friends, from your friends, for your friends, by your friends.
Yeah, when my friend Chris goes on and he'll go on and do these long marathon things on Whatnot, I'll watch and interact with him. And if something comes up that interests me, because I want to support him also, I'll buy some stuff, you know. And my friend Amanda, who pops on in the chat here every once in a while, she goes on and sells mostly Marvel stuff, but sometimes like modern hockey. You know, I'll go on and have it running while I'm doing stuff, and maybe I'll buy a couple of things from her to support her. So if you're looking to have something kind of on in the background while you're doing stuff, and someone is just going through all these different things, and then all of a sudden it comes up something that you're interested in, that could be that's cool. But I could see it would be difficult for me to tune in to someone that I don't know and just stare at a stream. And that's my primary focus.
That side's getting dark over there.
I would have a hard time with that.
Bobbles, you're rubbing off on Eric's.
There's some troubles, man. Bobby, I'm very concerned. We might need multiple interventions. It's getting quite the thing here. Can we buy live from the Card HQ displays yet? No, that's the thing. Like, look, Geoff is getting dangerously close to SGC Pete category. I'm waiting for the next episode where he promised me flying cars.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to real quick. Everybody's been wondering all night what the hell Eric's doing with that box and the cards and sorting. Y'all don't understand. The man's been cooped up in bed. That is all of his Whatnot mail.
That's
yeah.
That's his mail day from Whatnot. Like he's sorting his Whatnot stuff. So there you go, y'all.
Yeah.
You got the answer. You've been asking. There you go.
I am sorting Yannick's crap. Okay.
That he bought from Yannick.
It is.
Yannick sells on Whatnot.
Listen, they're just they're just bringing the truck right up to the front door now, backing it up, beep, 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 and it's just Yannick packages coming in every day.
So basically, you become ship my cards, except like your fee is the like button.
He's become my Jason.
Yeah,
wow.
I am ship my cards for Yannick. Oh, and that scumbag Brad.
Wait, Brad?
Oh, 2 Canadians?
Indirectly, speaking of Brad, thank you for mentioning that, Eric. Speaking of Brad, not directly associated, but peripherally associated. AMG Collectibles. AMG Collectibles.ca. AMG Collectibles YouTube channel.
Scumbag Brad.
Our sponsors.
No, it is not. It is owned by Sherry. How dare you?
Excuse me.
Easy.
Once owned, past tense, by Scumbag Brad. Now owned by the wonderful, talented, intelligent, kind,
look at that back pedal,
loving owner, Sherry.
Wow, amazing. But you can see more of that on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, and also check out AMGcollectibles.ca, where you can check out their eBay auctions, where you can check out their other social medias, where there's all kinds of stuff coming in. They've been doing the clear cut, the upper deck clear cut, a product which is a little bit hit and miss, but there are some fun cards in there, including quote unquote legends. So there's a Medano clear cut.
$12.
One of the more recent ones.
13.
Got that there.
14. $15. 16.
I know,
18,
right?
20.
So, and I'll give a quick story about this as well. So the
you
most
just
recent
did WhatsApp.
Yeah. But I made like $5,000. You all didn't even see it. Like it was like huge money, big money. I already made more money than like Geoff's whatnot stream in like 3 days. But the point is that so they actually combined 2 years of clear cut this time around. Put a bunch of different brands in it, and there are good autographs in it. But in this venue, it can be a little more clear. I did mention it on there, but I'll be even more explicit here. There's a lot of SB Signature Legends type shit. It ain't great. Like it's rough out in these streets. Like if you look at the checklist, it's tough. Can you pull good cards? Absolutely. There are some great autographs that you can get out of that. Legends autograph. You can get Gretzky, you can get Yzerman, you can get Lemieux. Like they're top tier legends. But then there's a lot of like, oh, how much did you pay for that pack? Ooh.
How much? How much?
Isn't that the 2021 design on that card?
So so what they did is they combined 2 years worth. So yes, this is the 2021 design. They did 2021 / 22-23 clear cut, and they put them together. They actually put them together. So you get a mix and match. A little bit of old, a little bit of new. They mix and match some different designs. But by the way, so this was one that I purchased off of eBay, and this is what you don't do. There's trying to save a little bit of money. When a card is like 60 or 70 bucks, which is a reasonable price for it, I bought it, it's fine. And then you charge $5 shipping. You do not throw it into the smallest bubble mailer you can find and slap a $1.94 stamp on it.
Yes, you do. That's how you make money.
Well, it's also a good way of
WhatsApp doesn't do that. You're kidding yourself.
Well, Bobby, it's also a good way where if you're not careful and you do the smallest possible one, if they had cracked the case, I would have hit him with a negative. He would have gotten a negative for his trouble.
There you go.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You can spare a couple extra bucks.
You can only leave.
I as a buyer, yes, I can.
No, neutrals only.
You can leave negative
as a buyer. You can totally leave negative.
Seller, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay,
yeah. Right. As a buyer, I can 100% leave a negative.
Seller, you can't. Buyer, you can't.
Yeah. Seller, you've got no recourse. Buyer, I can be like, yeah, no.
Yeah. So you fucked up. That's it. Done.
Yep. Eric's live selling right now. Facts. All this buying by Eric makes me think Kathy increased his allowance. Maybe. Who's Brad? Who is Brad?
Yes. We talk of this Brad.
Who is Scumbag Brad?
We don't call him that.
I do. I call him lots of things.
Yeah, but we call you a lot of things. So I feel like it's yeah. Bob also said Brad is a segue, however you spell it. That's right. He is.
Yeah.
He was the gateway to the promotional plug. And we thank AMG Collectibles and AMGcollectibles.ca for supporting the live stream and the podcast.
Brad's a suit. That's what Brad is.
Ooh, there's a callback.
Using that.
See, you get that shit because it's episodic.
That's right.
Yeah. He's a soup.
But you learned that from Brad. How's that?
That's right. So bottom line, look, I appreciate, as from the praise the content gods angle, I appreciate that Geoff keeps saying random bullshit. And I just sit there like, really?
I listened to half of it It was like almost an hour and something long, and I listened to half of it in the background. I left it on by mistake because it was like rhetoric.
You left it on by mistake. Yeah,
you click it and see what he had to say. But then I started doing some stuff on my desk, and playing with some old Boston Bruin stuff, and
ooh,
you don't even know what that is. You don't even know what that is.
It looks like a sundial.
No, it's a Boston Bruins. It's J.D. McCarthy, 1946, with all the autographs of every Bruin from that time period. It's dated 1945-46, Boston Bruins, right there, and autographs. And this came from Milt Schmidt's collection.
Wow. You have my address. You know where to send it.
Oh no, I just heard complaints about beep beep beep. Yeah, okay.
Maybe you'll send it to Yannick. Maybe you should send it to Yannick. Is what you should do.
Yannick, listen. Yannick's stuff is I don't get to keep. You should just send that to me.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, so this will be in a mail day video. I actually did get some mail to the house. This will be in a mail day video, which will drop in the morning. I haven't done one of those morning pickup videos in a while. So it's been a while. So it's usually been shipped my cars now every once a month or so. But no, I actually got it. And I got some new cars from the 53 Bowman color set. So I've got this and a couple of Medanos and some 53 Bowman color. So I actually got some mail. So I made a video. It'll be up in the morning.
From Canada?
All from Canada, yes. If I get it shipped directly to me, it's from Canada.
I know,
so it makes more sense for me that way.
Sure.
The only exception is that for the 53 Bowman color, there is a dealer in the US. His shipping is actually pretty reasonable. So I'm okay.
Guys don't go through that international shipping, which sucks.
Yeah, he was okay. Like I actually buy directly from the dealer. I don't do that one through eBay. You get a little bit of a better price, and then also he is the shipping rate he's got is actually reasonable. And I got it in the mail. It was perfect. Very good. So I appreciate that. So I was going to say, we're going to segue out of this one as far as the Cards HQ thing. Like I said, if he says some more ridiculous bullshit, we'll talk about it later. This is something I actually caught. So this is, I don't know if Eric noticed this, but I'm actually going to show you NHL.com for a second. I got to show you something that's on there that is pertinent to the conversation.
It's germane, is it?
It is. On NHL.com, Bedard Young Guns rookie card to be released Wednesday.
Oh,
this is on the NHL.com homepage. So it has begun.
Yes.
Even NHL.com's getting in on the act, referencing the Young Gun rookie.
I saw they were pushing hockey cards and saying that they were coming out on the 6th, right? It's
the first week of March, somewhere there, and you're going to see in now what'll be the next conversation. We've already alluded to it already a bunch of times, but you're going to see the discrepancy between Series 1 and Series 2 and the price point. And then we talked about the Klutz and Chara little shadow games they were playing with it as well and everything else. And it's like, but then here's the thing: if you take Bedard away from it, like. Go look at the rest of the checklist. It's the same shit as Series 1 and you double the price. It's absolute bullshit. Like it's unjustifiable bullshit is what it is.
It is justifiable. Look at the Gretzky. He's the only one in the set, and that case went for $3.72 million.
There you go. But it's a bit rough, especially since, like I said, you're not going to get one per box.
No,
you're just not. You get 6 per box, and then there's 50 in the checklist.
Oh, I always had that question, Brandon. What's the highest SGC graded Gretzky rookie? OPG.
There's a 10.
There is.
We actually referenced it on the podcast. Yeah, we were talking about that when we were talking about the case. There is a SGC 10.
I don't think I've ever seen it. So okay.
Yeah, there is. I checked the pop report. There is an SGC 10 in the pop report.
Oh, I've never seen a picture of it though. Okay.
Is it? I wonder. I'm gonna have to look too. I wonder if it's smooth or whether it looks like it was cut with a bread knife.
I've had them block your IP address on the website, so you won't be able to check.
It's important. Yeah.
He's still got connections.
Yeah. Bobby Smith has a rookie with Gretzky. Yeah. We were talking about all the valuable cards that were in the 79. Look, Eric keeps trying to downplay it.
Bobby Smith.
We got the last card of Gordie Howe, the last card of Bobby Hull.
You got the checklist that do pretty good too.
The checklist, man. Yeah.
You got Dave Semenko, Ken Linsman.
Thumbs up.
God damn it. Someone's going to tell me how to get rid of this.
Expansion cards. Those are good.
Yeah. So you have, like I said, you have Semenko and Smith,
the Rat,
and Linsman, and I can't think of any other rookies.
No, there's not many rookies in there. And Bobby Smith, yeah, okay, that's fine. But
And the production, to be fair and truthfully, the production on that set is pretty extensive. Yeah, the production on that set is pretty extensive. There's lots of them out there. So if you want to get a lot of the cards in that set, they're available.
Well, there's 396 cards in the set, man. It's like, yeah.
So I pulled the pop report up. Did you notice something interesting when you looked at it, Carlos?
What?
Something specific. What specifically? I did look at it, but what specifically are you talking about?
on it, right?
No. There's no 9.5.
Yeah, no, that's remember. No, so if you remember, I went through the breakdown. I actually read off a couple of the levels, but yeah, there's no 9.5 as far as I remember. That's right. Why? I have no idea.
Because it's Gretzky rookie.
I guess so. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Tam says just made a new custom Eric card. It's fire.
Oh, we got to see that.
What is
Vaclav Nedemansky has a rookie in it too. There you go. The Gretzky of Czechoslovakia. We do appreciate that.
Ooh.
There you go. I like that.
He was. He played more in the WHA too for the Toronto Boros. Nedemansky was played. Yeah. So why would he be? He wouldn't win a rookie. Nedemansky was actually playing in 74, 75, 76.
Yeah, but I think because I think we had this conversation. If a player started in the WHA and had a WHA card, is that considered the rookie if they went to the NHL?
I would have to say so because it was a major league. Contended with
I agree. Like obviously they had top tier players, that no doubt, but it's kind of a weird thing with obviously you had a defunct league that was competing with the NHL for a bit there, but they also had legit players, so it's like it's not like they had some randos. Like you still had legit guys
there. It's not like they got it's not like they got put down to the minors. Basically they left for better money. So it was a parallel league, although they're not playing for the Stanley Cup. I think Avco Cup. It still was a major league. It wasn't a minor league. It wasn't a senior team. That was the rival of the NHL. So it has to be their rookie card. Huh?
It was filled with Hall of Famers.
So is in Beckett, the Nedemansky, the rookie card in 79, or is it?
Question.
Yeah, let's look into that.
Let me see. I will try to look it up.
I don't know. Luke's pretty confident.
Toronto Boros 74. I think it's in 74.5 or 75.6. It might be for Nedemansky.
Yeah. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up his whole checklist. I'm going to pull up his whole checklist and see what I can find. So bear with me a minute. I'll try to do that.
All right. Good enough.
I will just take a look.
So how many 9s is there, Bobbles? Did you have that list still up? Is there a 10 tops? A 9.5 tops?
Okay, so for Nedemansky, you have a 69.70 Swedish hockey card.
Yeah, the Somalik or whatever it's called.
Yeah, they just call it Swedish hockey is what this list on here.
Okay,
we'll get to Eric's customer card in a second, but I want to see. Let me get to the main brands. Finnish cards, Swedish cards.
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 74.75 OPG WHA.
Yeah,
Beckett here is listing that as a rookie. So they've listed that as a rookie. And then I'm just scanning ahead here. I just want to see when we get to NHL. Well, 79.80 OPG. It's just listed as 79.80 OPG.
Yeah, I figured as much. So it is taken as that consideration. I don't know who made that decision, but I think it's a natural decision.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
No 10s on the tops, no 9.5 on the tops.
Really? Just 9s? How many 9s?
7.
Okay.
Even with the better cuts, that's surprising.
They've done about 3 times more of the tops than they have the OPGs, and
makes sense because you would send the OPGs into SGC. I mean PSA.
Josh, first of all, shut up. Second, Victor does not even know the sport of hockey exists.
Don't touch my friend Victor.
I was gonna say, man, jeez.
EC.
I didn't say anything about.
Maricon.
I didn't say anything about him as a person. I said he doesn't know the sport of hockey exists. I don't think he
does. He just interviewed me. You saw it. We went through my app. He actually bought the app.
Of course he did. You give Victor access to it, but I don't. Okay.
No, he wanted to pay the money. I said, okay, fine. I said, you're going to take Eric's spot, and that's it.
I told you 4 years ago I wanted to give you money.
Fuck Eric. And that's what he had. So, just saying.
That I believe.
Wow. Wow. Jeez.
Well, he didn't say it online. I just, when we were talking, I said, "Who's that fucking Eric guy?" I don't know. Yeah.
It seems valid to me, man. I don't know. That seems pretty legit.
Maybe it was me saying that. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I have no idea.
That seems legit to me. Well, since you bring it up, Bobby, we'll quickly plug this here since we've got an opportunity. Bobby has been making the rounds out there in the interwebs.
Yeah,
amongst them, you got the Hobby News Daily he won here. So Bobby
Danny,
talks a little bit of hobby and then some Needham included in there. And there were a couple of other spots. I know you were doing the Where's Waldo fighting yourself wherever your articles are references. It's like we got the circles going on, but there were also interviews. So there is a Victor Rookie Card Specialist discussion. There was the Hobby News Daily one I just showed you. I'll include a link to the Hobby News Daily one.
Ryan McClanahan's.
Yes, that's right. That's right. There was another one.
I never remember the name of his. I said, shorten your name.
I was gonna say the name was actually probably not a good move. I probably would have should pick something a little catchier, a little easier to remember.
Yeah,
it's a bit of an awkward name.
And cards and something like that. Sorry, Ryan. I'm just he won't watch this, but anyway.
Well, there's a reason, Bobby, because I'm Carlos works surprisingly well. It's
catchy. It really has to be, right?
Out. Yeah. Did you see all those likes Eric has to pay off for Brandon's live stream? We can't get more here. Yes.
Right. Zach, listen, I know there was some shenanigans. There's no way anything Brandon has ever done is getting 52 likes. All right. So there's absolutely no way. There's obviously some shenanigans. I'm not paying for any of that. I've talked to my lawyer and there's an investigation.
You can't afford your lawyer after you pay for the likes.
You talk to your mom, not the lawyer.
I believe. Yeah. Well, she's my lawyer.
Oh.
So
in Boston, everybody's a lawyer.
In my opinion, I believe 540 Flips is behind this. And this is just going to
he's had time. I do have one question, Eric.
Uh-oh.
So when it was brought to your attention of the comment, it went from 53 likes when the comment was made down to 52, and then there is one dislike on there.
Who did that?
It should be Flips.
It's me.
Did somebody go and change what they when they went to reply to the comment?
Maybe.
I must say, I did not do that, but you have given me an idea, and that
someone did. Someone did. I'll just put it that way.
That probably will get done at some point, but no, that was not me. But it's gonna be.
Oh, it's going to
for the record, I see. I don't know, Brandon, on your end, I'm seeing more than 52 likes.
Yeah, it's 55 now, but I noticed when I checked it, and Eric said something about where did that come from. I went to go see if Eric had replied because I wanted to see what he said. So I went back on there and I was like, wait a second. When Zach put the comment, he even put 53 likes. And then when I looked, it said 52. And so I was curious. I was like, is there like a dislike on there now or something? And sure enough, there was one dislike. And I was like, I wonder if he was being a smartass and flipped it.
I was thinking no.
Probably.
Wow. Very specific. All right. Fair enough.
Don't put it past him. I heard him talking about the show.
I can't put it past. Luke says, I'm going to have to run my collection rookie card list through Bobby. My whole system is in question now. There you go.
Yes.
He is the Burrell in the garage of knowledge, so he knows things. So that's fair. So question for you folks. We touched on the main topics of the day. We did touch on that. Obviously, KSA, new holder, new label. That was huge. That was pretty seismic. I think there was another thing with an acquisition of a grader. Name escapes me, but it'll come to me later. Did the Cards HQ discussion. We touched on that. We did touch on Brandon's, personal crusade against Dr. Beckett. So his personal hatred. It's pretty scandalous.
Okay. A little sprinkle of
maybe he was the downvote.
I like that.
Yeah, that might have been it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're down.
He might have figured.
You're down to 54 now, and you have a thumbs down.
There you go. It's been resolved. He'll use his burners if he has to. Damn it. There you go. That's the spirit. So Okay, so let me ask you this. So Brandon, let me kind of angle this way. By the way, Chad, if there's something else you guys want to touch on, let me know. Let us know. We can go in a couple of different directions. We've covered the main stuff. We touched on it. We'll revisit it later. We'll wait for something else to drop, and if something changes, we can talk about it then. But for now, I think we're good. We more or less hit the key pieces. But I was going to say, so you did the video. Obviously, it took off because right now that's the topic. Did you get any? So I'm going to do my refill, but I want to ask you: did you get any particularly interesting feedback that surprised you? Because you have the Facebook, you got the video you made. Obviously, you are associated a lot with SGC being a bulk submitter. Is there any feedback or questions or anything that kind of caught you like, hey, well, that's kind of interesting that they thought that or asked that or whatever? Just curious if anything stood out to you.
Nothing that comes off the top. I think the biggest thing, and the reason I brought this up with everybody, like talking about that they're going to merge the two together and so quick to that, to that jump, but the reaction was not positive at all. And when I was talking to my rep, I kind of told him, the initial thing is when someone sees like a breaking news or a change, like a lot of people don't like change, and you make something, consider it as it is, it's pretty drastic when you're talking about a company now being owned by another company. It brings up a lot of questions and speculations, all that other stuff, and people start speaking with emotion. And we know in this hobby that there is a short attention span or memory span, so to speak. And I think initially people were reacting, with their emotion and the hatred. I'll just put it that way, or the defense against PSA, and they were like, "Oh, this sucks." That was the initial reaction, and I was actually surprised at how much of that there was. There was very little like positivity coming from it. Oh, great, more backing, better support. Like there was a lot of just they sold out. This sucks. I'm going to CSG. That was another, or CGC. That's another one that surprised me.
Well, like I
people
personally
talked
approve of
about.
that. First of all, I personally approve of that. But secondly,
The-
do you feel like that starting every single one of your videos with the propaganda video of SGC is love, SGC is live, PSA is going to kill your children and kick your dog? Do you feel like maybe you are contributing towards the negativity and hatred?
So that wasn't even just on my videos. I'm speaking in a
I love that instead
general,
of saying
like,
that doesn't exist, you're like, that wasn't even just on my video.
no, that was like everywhere. Like I was looking at different Facebook groups, like not even just my own. I'll tell you the initial reaction in mine. The people, I don't think anybody said anything good initially. And I will disclose SGC is able to see posts in my group. So they are seeing that feedback, and I'm sure they're in other groups as well and keeping an eye on those things. But I think that was like, and you could look at it in two different, in different ways. But I do think, although it was such negative, like a negative draw right out the gate, it showed support for SGC. Now, whether it's due to hatred of PSA, that's to be determined. I actually liked Lamine James's little post that he put up, about, and people could take it different ways, but the one where how many people are outraged about the acquisition, and it's got like the whole crowd raising their hand, and then it's like, well, how many people submit to SGC? Is it the people that are outraged that don't even use SGC and they're just being outraged to be outraged? Is that some of it? Like they're just commenting to comment, but so that is a question to be had. But I do, as I said earlier, I do think that there would be a loss. How much, what percentage, I don't know. But if it went, okay, we're eliminating SGC and we're going all PSA, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and lie. I've been on record. I don't want to deal with that customer support. Now, has it changed over the last several years? Potentially. I can't keep standing on that ledge and holding that, because hell, they weren't even owned by by the group that's owning them now. So maybe things have gotten better, but you know, it is what it is, and SGC has gained a lot of support, and you know, I think that is my biggest surprise. The questions and all of that. It was mostly the sellouts, and how many people said it's a monopoly. Like, if I was Beckett and CGC, I would almost be offended. You know, you're talking about a monopoly in grading, but they're over here like, we exist, you know, KSA, hey, we exist, GMA.
Well, listen,
hey,
KSA is right now on the ball. Like I said, they're going new holder, new label. Like they're on this. They're like, fuck you guys. We're taking over. Let's go.
Yeah. Like, y'all worrying about that. We're making moves, you know.
Woo!
So
I know exactly.
They know they're getting ready to do a Bobby Orr.
That's what I'm saying. It's happening. So I'll read a couple comments here and get caught up. Protesting the legitimacy of the likes. That was Eric. Yes. I've been wondering what Bobbles have been having to deal with. Yes, Patty's cards. That's right. So Bobbles being acquired to at least make him a co-president. Listen, he's got to get to the 9-figure bank account somehow. That's how this works. I call out the number for a reason, Brandon. Eric Shady. Yes.
KSA
Shrek
all day.
There you go. Shrek is love. Shrek is life. I see Carlos, a man of culture. There you go. I only grade vintage with SGC, and frankly, I'm concerned about any number of changes could be problematic. That's fair. That's reasonable. I get that. It's not a monopoly. It's more like a shark attack. There you go. There you go. Bill Estelio. I built the 21-22 half. I think this is in relation to the clear cut. So there you go. Seems fair. What I was going to say though, yeah. So I think we're going to have to see. Like, I think it's very interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting how that is received. But I did want to push back on one thing you said though. I think there is a uptick in paper cheap words or cheap support for SGC. But the meme is true because it's like, yeah, okay. So where were you all when SGC was operating? How many of you are actually? It's one thing to say like, oh man, you know, a shame SGC will go. Okay, how many cards did you submit to SGC? Oh, I never submitted any cards. So then who cares what you think?
Like that goes back to the meme I showed that Lamine James.
That's what I'm getting at. Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
I laughed hysterically, and it's you know, for those who might not be able to see it, is who was outraged by the SGC news, and everyone's got their hand up and very stern faces. Who actually grades with SGC, and everyone's got their heads down in shame because it's like, listen, if this doesn't affect you, shut up.
Well, the thing is, like I said,
a lot of the sellout people are probably the ones I don't grade cards. Grading is a scam.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, look,
oh, I don't grade.
You want to have an opinion by all means. That's fine. Like obviously the whole genre is built on that. But all I'm getting at is if I can talk about SGC because I bought SGC cards and that, but I'm never going to be able to tell you anything about the experience of grading with SGC because I have not. I've submitted cards with PSA. I've submitted cards with Beckett, so I can make fun of those two. I have submitted cards with CGC through ComC. So I've done submissions through there. I'm satisfied with the product I got. With the Beckett, not so much. But the other two, I've had reasonable experience.
Oh, no, you didn't have a good time with the Beckett with the wrong labels and upside down.
The wrong labels, yeah. We can't tell the difference between Mickey Mantle and Sandy Koufax. They're basically the same dude. Yeah, that situation.
You didn't have a good experience with Beckett? Oh, I'm shocked.
Let me share a little bit more insight. And obviously, I have, you know, dealt with them for several years now, and we've sent tons of cards in, and I speak with them quite frequently and often, and maybe sometimes see things that other people aren't aware of. I don't know that I would call them like besties, you know, but Nat and Pete, although they've been competitors, they have communicated for a while. And I mean, you know,
I guarantee you Nat Turner doesn't care. Look, Nat Turner, SGC Pete and all that, their jobs are to do their respective jobs. They don't care. They don't have the same problem that a lot of the more fanatical fanboys have. They don't have that animosity. It's not there.
Yeah. So them two, you know, they communicated throughout time. But I will also say, if you've ever followed along with like Peter's messages and maybe some snarky comments that he's made, the only time he ever got mad, that I am aware of at PSA was when they undercut him when they were about to make a price change, and PSA rolled out that little Post-it note post.
Yes,
I don't know
yes.
if y'all remember that.
That was classic. It was so good.
That pissed him off. That one got under his skin. Outside of that, his little, like, their main focus was simply to be better than CGC and Beckett. Like, they wanted to continue putting the downward pressure on them guys because, I mean, really, when you're looking at a monster that's doing 1+ million, it's kind of hard to go from down here, and you just want to take it like one step at a time. And then once you surpass them, you want to keep putting that pressure on them so they don't, like, you know, regain your spot or whatever. That's where most of the focus has been. And now you got the two teamed up. I just feel sorry for CGC and Beckett, really. I mean, CGC might get a bump because there might be some people that get pissed and roll over, but I don't know that it'll be a significant enough amount to make.
I don't think it'll be significant. I don't think it'll be significant. But like I said, like, I'm being serious. I think that's a shame. I know Dom, who was here earlier. He's not a fan of CGC not necessarily being the best with vintage, which I agree. I think that's fair. But like I said, I think from a PC collecting standpoint, I've been satisfied with the product. I'm pretty happy with the slabs. I like how they look with certain cards, especially in my collection. I'd have no hesitation to buy a CGC card. I like them for what they are. But with that said, I also understand that it's not everybody's preference, which is completely fine. But I also go look at it and go, like, even through ComC, the price point is very fair. Like, it's actually quite good for what it is if you're just submitting a handful of cards or whatever.
You mentioned the price thing, and that is one part that has surprised me. You know, we've discussed this. You look at the CGC slab, and everybody will immediately say it's the best out of the four. You look at, you know, the grading, you might question that. They brought in, you know, experienced people to begin the operation, but we don't really know their grading. You look at, do they have a set registry? Sure, it may not be the greatest, but they have it. You look at their turnaround, it's good. But one key ingredient, they are the cheapest option and yet still aren't getting the demand. So that is significant, that when you are already below the other companies in price and you're not really gaining any steam, that has to be a concern.
I'd have to agree. I think, but I think it says what's funny though. I think it also kind of is a damning statement on a lot of the folks that like to talk a lot in the hobby. They say we want this, we want that, we want that, and then somebody provides it for you, and you don't care. Right? Okay, fair enough. Yep. Like, it's like you had your chance. Like, what are we gonna do? There you go. I think Peter is eventually folded into PSA management. Yeah.
No.
I think it's one of those things where it'll depend what the arrangement ends up being. Realistically, it also depends on how long the SGC experiment goes on for. I think he likes being the leader of SGC. I don't think if you put him in PSA management, I don't think he lasted very long. Even if he agreed to do it, it wouldn't last long because I don't think that structure would work out well for him. I think SGC, remember, he's a young guy. SGC allowed him basically go from the ground up and become the CEO.
I will say this: if Nat moved Pete over to PSA management, I think he would demand improvement of their customer service. I do think that could, you know, if that was a scenario that played out, I think he would demand improvement of customer service.
Yep. So I think that's what it comes down to. It'd be interesting. I think Billy's watching this from the earlier. I think this is the back now. I like this because the rest of shit. Well, there is no fucking free box. You lying bastard. Like, what are you talking about? For the longest time, I'm the only look. Hey, Eric, for the record, I'm like the only person who will say nice things about the AW product like publicly. Yes. I've listened to so many podcasts where they will trash it.
Yeah,
and Billy's been on those too. And I actually talk. I've opened a fucking case of fucking Allure. A case.
Yeah, case of Allure, yes.
A case of Allure and basically a case of metal and basically a case of flagship. Like, trust me, I've opened plenty of the damn product.
That's right.
That is, Eric, that's actually factually true. I have, in fact, opened a case of all these products.
Don't brag about Allure.
Anyway. Hey, what are you going to do? But the thing is, like, so I can comment on the product anywhere I want. But like, I joke about it with Billy infinitely, but it's like, no, Upper Deck should be like, dude, you guys should be coming here, hat in hand, being like, have a box.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need, at a certain point, it's like, I don't need to ask you. Who else are you going to go to? Maybe Geoff will do it for you.
I just want to remind my bestie, Billy Cilio, who's the greatest friend.
Spicy Eye. Spicy Eye.
Also, AKA Spicy Eye. I didn't say anything bad about the product. And if there's a free box available, you know, you got my number.
I would love nothing more than you to get a free box of AEW and try to figure out what's going on.
But
Billy, sensational.
Billy,
I had absolutely no idea. This
doesn't like deliveries. So.
This is, if it's to me, I don't like being teased.
Oh. Why, you're opening the packages too?
I am. They're addressed to me.
Oh my God,
Brandon,
they're addressed to me.
So listen, we can talk freely because Eric's not here anyway. What I'm thinking is we all need to get together. 86 Boston Red Sox, all the 86 Boston Red Sox.
No,
yes,
like by the pallet.
No,
yes,
no.
It's cheap enough.
All to Eric's house. All to Eric's house.
Rich Gedman.
I thought you were gonna say
you can keep your Bruce
we all like coordinate to do, you know, grocery delivery of a jar of mayonnaise a week or something.
Now you just
we can do both, Brandon. We can do both. We can horrify him like on levels. There's like levels.
You start sending me that. Any of you start sending me that stuff, I will move and I will.
You will have so much that it'll start spoiling.
Yeah. I'll move.
That stuff doesn't spoil.
The problem is you're a man without a country. You're going to keep trying to figure out where to move. It's like, I wonder if I can move to Norway. And you're going to find out the only place that will take you, the only place on this planet, Eric, that will take you will be the Dutch.
Yes.
And then the war will continue anew. It shall be glorious.
Yeah,
I hope you like clogs, Eric.
Finger in the hole of the dike of mayonnaise.
I'd rather, that's disgusting. And I would rather wear clogs than be around mayonnaise. That stuff is just so gross.
Clog-filled mayonnaise.
No, that's just getting gross. Listen.
Patty's Cards. Exactly right, Carlos. Remember when everyone said CGC should change their label and grading scale would be number one? Sports car community are hypocrites. That's the thing. I will listen to collector feedback to a point. History has proven over and over again. It's like, okay, but are you actually going to spend money on it? I know you said, oh, but you know, if they did this, it's like, okay, but are you actually going to spend money on it?
Talk is cheap.
Oh, like all the time. And Bobby, you've seen this, you've experienced it, I've experienced it, I've seen it a million times. And they're like, oh man, you know, I hate this. This is terrible for the hobby. It's like, okay, yeah, that sold a record amount. That's sold out in 12 seconds. Oh, it's so expensive, no one will buy that. It's sold out.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? So the manufacturers or the whatever, like, we heard what you said, but it's sold out. So well, you shouldn't make it again. Why? It's sold out. We like money. We're gonna do that. Yes. Yeah, money's great. Yeah, let's do that. Will Peter become the Steve Jobs of grading? Be forced out, take over Beckett, and take it to President Heights? Ooh, there's an angle. SGCP becomes Beckett Pete.
Oh no.
Well, I will tell you guys this.
I still have hope.
That is it dawned on me, and maybe, you know, Eric talks a lot of shit about me, but he should appreciate this.
Behind your back, you should see. More fun.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me, but it surprised me because it never dawned on me. Beckett is the only one out of the main four that I have never used, and that I don't even like look for hardly ever, unless it's just a card that I can't find in one of the other slabs. I have never submitted a card to them
because they suck.
It's always, to be honest,
they do suck, Brent. They do really suck. Like they're really
aside
bad.
From that, I'm not paying the price that they are. Like, their prices are stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
When you look at how much they charge versus the other companies, it's just stupid.
They're trying to make up for their suck because they don't have the same numbers coming in the door. Because if you have 1 million cards coming in for a low price, you're making a ton of money. You can we can live with this. But if you have no cards coming in, you have to raise the prices to keep the lights on.
And then you have less cards coming in.
And let me get people's takes on this. This is kind of the same topic, but this is something that I've discussed with people, and my true feeling. We can joke and say Beckett sucks, or be serious and say Beckett sucks. Either way. But when you look at now, again, you got PSA and SGC owned by collectors, and those two are really up there, putting the numbers up compared to Beckett and CGC. And I've looked at, we can discuss CGC and how they've done things right, and the hobby is, hypocritical or whatever else. But there's one thing that clearly stands out that PSA and SGC has that Beckett and CGC doesn't have.
KSA.
And what's that?
KSA.
Well, they don't have bulk submitters. And when you look at their pricing, I mean, they might have one or two, but in terms of amount of them or people offering their services, you don't really ever hear of a bulk submitter for BGS or CGC. And I have been approached by BGS. I've been approached by them. The way they lay it out and what they want you to present to even become a bulk submitter as far as terms of volume and cost, it's laughable. I didn't even, they reached out to me several times asking, and I did a video on it one time talking about that they wanted me to do it. There's no way in hell you're doing that. Really? And then CGC, they have good pricing, but the thing that makes it difficult to bulk submit for them is they also have membership levels where you can go yourself, buy a membership, and get cheaper pricing that is too competitive to what a bulk submitter would have to charge to make it worth their time and costs of shipping and everything else. So you could get it cheaper yourself, just with the cost of a membership that you're getting grading credits back for that essentially becomes free. So why in the hell are you going to send it to somebody else to do if it's going to cost you more? So both of them have conflicting issues with their pricing structures to where they don't have, it's not interesting to people to bulk submit to them. And that, it helps their volume. It helps people out there spreading their name. Hey, this company, we're taking submissions, whatever, people will try them out. You're sharing information about them. But then it's also helping their throughput, and they could do more volume because it's in a larger submission instead of broken down into tiny submissions. But that's the one thing that I have identified that neither one of them companies really have. And I think it is something that hurts both of them.
Brandon, has Tag ever approached you on
Tag has does it
count if they're like,
interview.
Here is a gift, and you're just like, it's ticking. Yes. It's ticking. Bomb squad.
There
has been no Tag communications since the interview.
After that,
since the incident,
I wonder.
Brandon's name is not even allowed to be spoken at the Tag headquarters. If it is,
my IP address is probably blocked.
That was the best. That was the best video I saw.
Do you feel that our very even-handed, respectful follow-up post-game show to your interview of Old Ben Tag contributed and helped to this? I like to think that we brought gravitas as men of peace as we are. It added another element to it, I think.
We had a few things to say after that interview, didn't we?
When I emphasize Eric is always men of peace. Men of peace. Hashtag men of peace.
Men of peace.
Men of peace. That's what I'm going. That is the lie that I've chosen to live my life by. Moving on. Bob Boozle says, will Peter become the Steve Jobs? Yes, we read that one. Sorry. Thank you, Bob Boozle. Appreciate the comment. Hobby Chef says, I'm in the minority. I feel base cards in every unopened release should be 5 cards per pack, 20 packs per box, max. Enough with the base. No one fucking cares about base and 100 base cards per hobby. I don't think you're in the minority. I think the audience is telling that folks are opening boxes and then like immediately discarding the base. I think people just aren't verbalizing it. But I think there's a lot of that. Look, for example, Billy, I mean, I appreciated that I'm very comfortable. Like, look, Billy and I are good buddies. I like chatting with him and a lot of it, but I also critique the product when I feel it deserves critique. And right now, there's a troublesome value proposition in a lot of these things. Unfortunately, base has been devalued. For better or worse, whether you like it or not, it's been devalued. So, for example, when I open, like I said, case of the product, I literally have a 1,600 count box of base. I have a 1,600 count box, and the only thing I can do with it is as I sell stuff on eBay and I'm selling off some of the other items, I'll throw in 3 or 4 of the cards in every single one of those packages to be like, offload. That's because otherwise I got no use for it. I can't do anything with it.
You should bring it to the CGC and maybe just say, hey, give me $20. Take it off.
I have to find the right. I have to find the right person. It's like, do you want a 1,600 count box of this shit? Yeah, basically yes, because it's like, who needs this shit?
Well, some people buy base. You know, they will buy a base set. But
that is true. If you make a couple of sets, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And that would be worth it. Or you give them to kids or whatever, you know, something like that.
That would pretty much have to be the way. Yes. Hobby Chef says those new KSA slabs are pretty mad. Not getting myself out. No, notwithstanding our entertainment at the beginning of the broadcast, like it's not going to move the needle for anybody. It continues to be an abomination against the Lord, and I'm not religious at all, so that should tell you everything you need to know. It's still an abomination against the Lord and the content gods and everybody else.
Sure they just took a PSA holder and a SGC holder and just.
They've done that. So, Eric, I don't have it with me right this second, but if I ever get a chance, I'll do a showcase at some point. I have, for my Medano collection, I have multiple Gem Mint versions of the Medano O-Pee-Chee Premier. I have a couple of copies of the PSA, but I also have the Beckett, 9.5. I'm not going to spend any premium to pay for the Beckett 10. Screw that. But I've got the Beckett 9.5 with all the subgrades that are required, blah, blah, blah. I've got that. I have the, what's the other one? I have a CGC 10, the CGC 10. I've got one of those. At some point, I'll get an SGC 10 just because whatever. It's not going to be expensive, but I'll have it just to have the variety. More interesting now, especially given, it might be antiquated at some point. It might be like a fun throwback. But I've even, but I've even got the, I don't need a coaster. I do have a KSA 10, and the KSA 10 that I have is actually an older design, and they've had multiple iterations. One of the iterations was like a mini PSA slab. And what I mean by that is it had the red label, but it was actually a little bit smaller in terms of form factor. It's actually a little smaller than the PSA version. If I get a chance at some point, I'll do a showcase. I'll actually show it side by side. I'll put it with the PSA one just so people can see. But it's actually like the PSA design, but it's slightly shrunken. And then afterwards, they switched to the black insert. So it became like the half tuxedo, half PSA, weird turducken nonsense.
Turducken, exactly.
Yeah, that's basically what happened there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly like the looks of this by any means.
Yeah, it's just like this weird hybrid thing that they did. But then if you look the insert, they changed it again slightly comparatively, but it's still weird. It's still bizarre. And by the way, at least they got a barcode. SGC, take notes. They got an actual barcode. It doesn't mean anything, but they have one. It's on there. Exactly. I don't know if it does anything, but in theory, they've got one.
It just confirms it's SGC.
Basically. So Bob Woozle says, great point, Brandon. If Beckett cared, they should watch this video. I think he made some solid points. Luke says, I've done a couple of cards to tag, but then they changed the 10s to 9s and haven't used some sense. Yeah, they're all over the place. Look, I could spend all day making fun of tag, and it would be one of the great joys of my life. But here's the thing. I'm giving them more credence even by spending more than a couple of seconds making fun of them. They're not a player.
No.
They don't count. You're not good. You're not even good enough to be here to get smacked around as much as I've given you extra. If anything, I should be sending you a bill. I can't imagine
Hashtag
who would be
allegedly.
funding it to that degree that you would go through that much of a marketing budget. I just don't know where that kind of money would come from to continue to do that and pour money into it where the turnaround is not making any sense.
I think they would have had a chance if they came out just as the pandemic started. They might have had a better chance. They might have had that inertia.
They would have been the HGA slot. They would have been in the HGA slot.
Basically, yeah, but they would have been on the growth. But they came out after. They said, that's okay. We'll come in out when we're ready, and that's fine. And, unfortunately, they're at this point where it's not getting much more than, I guess, ungraded to that degree. So at what point does it stop?
So, they've been in, open business now for like, what, 2 years, say?
2 years.
I've been to two.
They set up at all the shows, nice setups.
I've been to two expos.
Costs.
I've not seen any slabs on people's tables.
No.
I have been to in 2 years. I don't know. That's 70 shows here in New England, including the enormous Shriner show. Have never seen a tag slab on any dealer's table anywhere. No. Where are they all?
I don't know. We know where they are. They're in that small room.
Yeah. They're sitting there.
The one that
I just assumed they were under my drink.
Oh, that's still there. Yeah,
they're still there.
Now, I just still want to say, I like the way their slabs look. I love the idea about AI grading. I hope that they truly change the entire grading system around, because I think grading is a joke and a con and a bunch of bullshit. When you could send the same card in 3 times to the exact same company and it gets 3 different grades, that's complete bullshit. Something has to change, and I hope TAG figures out a way to truly change it and not make false promises.
Yeah,
they've already made false promises.
I am stand. I'm hoping that they can move forward from making false promises and actually do something, because once they do, or whoever does, I will start grading cards. But until the human element's taken out of, I'm in a bad mood today, no one's getting 10s, or whatever the hell it is, or I'm in a great mood today, everybody gets a 10. It's like freaking Oprah at PSA. You get a 10 and you get a 10. My card's bet in half. It's a 10. You'll never see me grading.
So Ham says tag slabs are in collections. So this was his first statement, and I was about to say, trash collections, recycling collections. There are a lot of collections that involve it. Eric, you have to watch that video I sent you regarding this with tag. There you go. He's trying to speak the good word.
I appreciate. You sent me something. I'm sorry I didn't get to it yet. I will.
Here's a fun question. So,
liar.
How many cards do you think? What percentage of cards do you think are incorrectly graded to the standards the company has?
All
of them?
None of them? Sorry, I'm just watching my auctions end, guy.
Well, again,
go ahead. That's fine.
You can start there, Brandon, is with the standards the companies have. When you can have a 10, and quote me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember exactly, but if you can have a 10 at PSA, but have a 60-40 centering, that's bullshit.
That's their standard, though.
I am not giving a company money to have that standard. Have it 50-50.
Okay, but back to my question. What is the percentage of cards that are incorrectly graded to the standards of the company?
Damn it. I because it's human, and depends on what grader you get and what mood they're in.
You're overthinking it. Like there's no right or wrong here.
Spend less than 30 seconds looking at these things. I just think every single one of them is crap.
Yeah,
Eric, the thing is, look. So real quick, I'm gonna. I could spend like an inordinate amount of time explaining this concept over and over again. The quote unquote AI grade, which is not AI, it's not artificial intelligence.
I understand.
It's barely machine learning. It's nothing. It's literally a bunch of idiots sitting in front of a computer. All they've done is taken a machine that punches out some things, and a person is still making the judgment call.
Yes.
A person is still pushing the button. So the person is in a bad mood, decided they're giving you a 964 instead of a 987. It's the same shit.
No, if they're not making that decision every day,
they changed. This is not me making it up. Tag changed their own thing to do tag X, tag whatever, because they said, well, this one is we're doing too much human QA. What are they doing? They said that, not me. They said we had to switch it because we're spending too much human QA. It's slowing it down. AKA the machine is not doing shit.
I am not defending them. I already said that making false promises. I agree 100% with everything you're saying. My hope is for the future, and the idea that they have promoted actually comes to fruition for the future. I am not defending anything that they're doing.
HGA promoted that idea, and they just made up a bunch of bullshit. We know HGA is bullshit.
Right. Where are they now?
Here's a further question. Let's say they finally figure out how to get the damn robot machines, whatever you want to call them, computers, to do what it's actually supposed to do, and they remove the human element. Then all of the cards graded previous to that become irrelevant because they had a human aspect attached to them. Okay, so now you have two separately graded type cards. But the point to my question was, let's say it's 25% are incorrectly graded. Okay, to company standards. Let's just throw a 25% number out there.
Okay,
how many cards are out there in the hobby to begin with that aren't ever going to be bought? I mean, go to a show and look at the amounts of slabs everywhere. Go on eBay and look at the amount of shit that is in slabs that's not going to ever get bought. So is that 25% really significantly impacting the cards that you're buying?
I think it impacts not the person that's buying them at a show, the person who's submitting them, because they're the one spending the initial money and then getting disappointed with what comes back to them. Now, I understand that everyone's disappointed unless it's a 10, but being realistic, let's pretend that a person is realistic and they know that this thing's a 7. It's definitely a 7. 100 people will look at it and say it's a 7, and it comes back either a 9 or a 5. You know, I mean, it's wrong. I have slabs all over this place. But when I buy them, I'm buying them secondhand. Someone else already spent the money. Now I can hold it, examine the card myself, see if I agree that this card is somewhere, you know, either one up, either the number, one up or one down, close enough. And is it worth the money? Am I willing to spend the money that they're trying to sell me at the show? That's completely different than me sending in a raw card, paying shitloads of money, especially to PSA with their upcharges, if I send in something nice, and being completely disappointed, realistically completely disappointed from what comes back.
Let me ask you this, though, real quick. You're at a show, you pick a card up, and it has a 7 on the label, right?
Yeah, right.
Do you know in your mind what the standard is for a PSA 7 to then gauge with your own opinion on whether that card was correctly graded based upon PSA's 7 standard? Or are you just buying it based upon the price and how it looks and if you're okay with it?
Mostly the second one.
That's my point. Then the label and the grade and all of that becomes absolutely irrelevant because you don't know in your mind. None of us do. Let's be honest. None of us know by heart what the hell the standards are. And when we look at that slab and we see that number on it, that's why people say they want the 10. Why? Because, well, that's the number on the label. But you're taking it a step further, and we look at cards and determine, are we okay with that particular copy of that card for the asking price on it? It has shit to do with what the actual standards are. That's why the companies aren't going to try to be perfect on those standards. They're not, we have to hold it accountable and stop saying, well, that isn't a 7. Or else, what are they going to change? You're still buying it based on whether or not you're okay with how it looks and what the price tag is on it. Doesn't really matter what's on that label.
I agree with you, yes. But again, I guess my philosophy is I buy them secondhand. And I can do, I'm looking at it differently secondhand than if.
But Eric, ironically, what you're talking about though, buying it secondhand means you're less impacted by the standard being followed or not than anybody else, because you can decide for yourself if it makes. So in reality, it doesn't matter. From your perspective, it makes no difference. So there's a couple of comments here that I want to touch on. So I did like Bob Boozle's one though. On a scale of 1 to 10, tag fans watch this show feel like a 3. Let's get it down to a 2.5, y'all. We can do better. I can do better. Yeah. One of the things you grade on a card, Surface is the only issue I say AI grading with. Well, considering nobody uses AI and no one has used AI, I see it struggling with everything. And by the way, just to be serious, Surface, yes, that's always going to be an issue with a lot of these things. But here's the thing, even edges, corners, whatever. Centering is literally the only thing the optical imaging can probably do pretty well. Edges and corners, you want to program it, cool. What is a dinged edge versus a dented edge versus a lightly touched edge? There is a difference. Can the optical try to figure that out? Sure. Can you create an algorithm that can try to discern the differences between them? Yes. But I'm going to repeat this for the 87 millionth time. And to the point of frustration that I'm saying this, there's still a person who programs that distinction. So when the machine will spit out a number at you, but the interpretation of said number was still decided by a person. And I may not agree with the interpretation. So it'll come up with a number, but it's sitting there going like, well, because it's, the little, you can see the cardboard up until these number of microns, then it deducts this versus, a couple of less microns, they would deduct that. But if it was over here a little bit, like 0.5 millimeter, then Carlos, it would be less.
Carlos, you're 100% correct. Again, I agree with that. But they only, the hope is they program it once. The human programs it once, and the next 1 million cards that go through it are all graded 100% the same under the same qualifications. That
cool. They already said that isn't true. They already said that is not true.
We're not talking about the hope for the future. We know
no, but the guy Old Man Tag, right? Part of his deal. But he explained that if people, but Eric, what I'm talking about is not what I'm talking about. There's no hope here. Old Man Tag said that if they get enough feedback that a certain criteria is being overvalued, undervalued, whatever, they will change the standard.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
He already said that.
But listen,
I understand. I am not supporting anything Tag has done up to this point. I am hoping that moving forward, somebody, if not them, will come up with a technology that will take the human out of it, and every single card that goes under or through the computer will be graded 100% the same. At that point, I will be 100% behind grading. Until they take the human element out with human error, human moods, human accidents, that they actually drop the damn thing on the floor and ding your card up. When they take all of that out, I will then be 100% behind grading. Until then, I'm going to continue to say that it's not as great as everyone's trying to tell me it is.
Well, and to prove the point there, and one thing that I've always questioned about it, and why I haven't been a believer in not just Tag, any of them that have said that that they're doing this. We have so many different sets. There's die cuts. There's cards that have cutouts in the card itself. There, so many different things out there, right? And as Carlos mentioned, the likely thing that is easiest to detect by cameras or whatever you want to call them would be centering, because that could calculate measurements or whatever. But how do you tell it to do all of the different cards that don't have borders? Or how do you tell it to do the die cut cards, or whatever else that comes up? And then how do you program these programs to be calibrated for all of these future sets? Because let's be honest, there is a ton of shit that's released in today's world. And then you got all the different sports. And we grew up in an age where the main thing that anybody collected was just a couple of sports. And now you got UFC and all this other stuff out there, and they're coming up with more and more and more and more designs of the cards, and no borders and borders and all this other shit. How does a single person sit down and program it to be accurate?
I am not a computer professional. I cannot answer that. But if that is what they're trying to do for the future, hopefully that is something they can figure out. I don't know how to switch hearts out of a baboon and put it in a human and make the human live, but people do it. So I don't know.
Eric, we reach out to you for your scientific takes. This is very
I understand that, but I don't know how you take one of those old Crown Royal cards that look like a crown and was all die cut back from the 90s, and figure out how to center that. It's not my job. My hope is that someone will figure it out. But you can't tell me that a human can take one of those cards from the 90s and with either 30 seconds or fewer determine that and give it a grade.
You look at a card on eBay and just from the image be able to tell whether or not it's centered?
Not as well as if it's in my hand, but I give it a quick look.
Okay, and so you can determine just from looking at a card or an image or whatever that a card is centered or not. Imagine someone that's doing it 500 times a day, every day. Like, think about this. Could you? I worked in manufacturing.
Yeah.
Could you install a crankshaft and a motor in under 60 seconds?
I don't have that skill.
Exactly the point. When I started working there, I didn't think it was freaking possible. But there are processes in place, and card grading is essentially damn near like manufacturing. You have an assembly line of sorts. You get them in, receive them, check the order, goes to grading, then it goes to assembly, and all the other shit. You see the little line on PSA and everybody else's websites telling you where your stuff is. Then it goes out for shipping, right? They're doing it every day. They have a process down. They're seeing this shit over and over and over again. They're not just thrown in off the street, to flip some burgers or grade some cards. They're trained for this stuff. They are looking at it multiple times.
A couple of years ago. That's exactly what happened a couple of years ago.
Not on all circumstances. But to further that, everything out there that is manufactured or created in this world, you're going to have mistakes. And the more your number grows, the more mistakes are going to happen. It's just a law of numbers. Even the computers will screw up.
So there's a couple of comments I want to touch on that kind of pertain to that. So we'll touch on a few here. So Carla, good evening. So does that mean Bobbles owns PSA now? Maybe. To bring it back to base cards, I think to make them relevant, you have to serial number all of them. So they did that with SPX Finite. If you go back to late 90s, SPX Finite, they did that. They numbered every single base card, all the parallels and everything. It was very expensive. I don't know if it's very practical, but they have tried that in the past. Also, Pinnacle did that with Totally Certified. If you check out Totally Certified, they did that with all the base cards and all the parallels. They serial numbered all of them as well. Bob Boozle enjoyed the old man tag reference, the classic OG reference.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremy Lee should launch a corporate takeover and launch a new marketing campaign. This ain't your old man's tag. Switch one old man tag for another. Moving on. So Ham here is still, again, you give the man one fucking free slab, and the man is like, you're acolyte for life.
That was my slab.
Ham is a fucking cheap date out here, man. Like, it's crazy.
Go to his next comment. Go to his
I
next
will
comment.
in 1 second. I will in 1 second. I want to read this one first. So they go, they have done something different in tech. No, they haven't. They have not. The video I sent Eric is a guy cracking and resubmitting the same card, and the system knew it was great and sent it back with the same serial number. So I believe, I don't know if it's the same one exactly, but I saw a video like that. My counter to that is that means your imaging is not sensitive enough. Reason I say that is because it sounds good on paper. By the way, PSA bought the name escapes me, but they bought that fingerprinting one that was doing. Thank you. That's the one they brought in. So that technology already exists, number one. And number two, it's still imperfect because if you cracked it out, now if you did a great job cracking it out, then you don't touch it and whatever. But what if you wiped it with a microfiber cloth and removed something from there? AKA, you're not sensitive enough. You didn't realize that something had changed. That's assuming, depending on what the grade was, that's assuming there was some kind of a flaw in there. What if it's like a smudge that you got credit for the first time and it knocked you down and you wipe it off? If you're saying it came back the same, that's actually wrong because your surface should have improved ever so slightly. It should have actually have improved, which means it shouldn't have come up as a flaw, which means your scanners are not quite sensitive enough. It's actually the opposite of the point you think you're making.
So then
Just
you don't
throwing
even
it out
third cards.
Yeah, I was going to say that maybe don't look at it. So that's it. You complain about the scam that PSA and all the graders run with the resubmitting. Well, what if the grader did it like this? Random number generator. It's the same. Tag has just perfected that. They've automated this. We didn't even see it. It's the same card. It's not feasible or necessary about the serial numbering. Yes. Perhaps at least do it for flagship. Yep. Okay, so here's the second comment. Could you work with a company to give them a copy of a card to scan and then input into the CPU to grade that card with the system? Easy peasy. Except for the part where the manufacturer's like, fuck you.
Except for the part that the human at tag has to tell the computer what the standards are. Like, giving them a card to scan into the computer isn't telling the computer what it's supposed to do. It's just giving it an image. It has to know what the parameters of the card are.
No, but this comment though is saying work with the manufacturer, saying work with the company to give them a copy. Like, so the whole tag. By the way, when I'm making fun of tag, I make fun of it on levels. One of the levels is that I read some of the patents that they filed for the fucking technology. Just full disclosure, I read it. So what they talk about is they create a version, either electronically or through means, of what a perfect version of the card is, and they use that as part of the process of developing the numbering and the centering and all that, because different issues, some issues don't have borders, and so you have to be able to account for that and all that stuff. So the point is, you develop a base version, and then the system is looking for flaws based on what it should expect to see. Because a card with glossy versus semi-gloss versus foil versus whatever is going to show up differently on the scan. So it has to be able to account for that and needs a baseline to start with, right? So that's part of the issue. But the bottom line is, so this is the concept of you working with the manufacturers. The manufacturers have got their own shit to deal with. They don't care about you. Goodbye. Mm-hmm. So no, not easy peasy. Fanatics is like, fuck you. Upper Deck is like, fuck you. And Panini is like, fuck you. In Italian.
I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I put it. And, here, but I don't know if Billy's still in here either, but in Metal Universe, they had the hot shots. Yes. And it has the flames, right? And that's me and Wes both bought the J-Robs. And the photo, the way he is positioned on the card, there's a tiny little piece of the flame up above his head. You swap him to another player, and that card is going to change a bit. we have cards out there that are cut differently for each player in like an insert set or whatever. So are they going to get a copy? Like, is Fanatics, because let's be real, they're going to be the ones handling majority of all this stuff. Are they really going to give a shit to appease to Tag to give them a copy of every single card to enter into their little system to make sure their computers are working?
The big system.
Well,
Think
look,
about
like, I said it in a cruder
Spending
way.
a lot of time on Tag here.
I know, right? Again, old man Tag. I'm sending a fucking invoice. Yeah. You owe me. You owe me. I'm doing more work for you than fucking Floating Head did in the 5-part fucking series.
Put him on the likes.
I know, exactly. That's so look at this with AI. The computers can basically tell me what to do, like ChatGPT or Gemini. There you go. Another question: could AI determine a new cut from trimming? It would have to be able to scan the surface of it a little bit. Like you can use. So look, forget about the coaster makers for a second. We have the scanning technology that it might be able to determine, like it can see certain things. But the point is that as it stands today, despite the claims to the contrary, you're still going to need a little bit of a verification process. What you're looking for is you want the technology to help you find anomalies. What's funny is when they interview Nat Turner and the PSA guys and everything, they say we have technology, but the goal is for it to find things for us to be able to look closer at. It can identify, hey, there's an anomaly here. Take a look at this. It's right here. To go look at it more closely. And that's what you're hoping for.
Was that HGA or was it SGC? I think it was, I'm not sure. Remember they had the Zoom, they had like a 12.
That was HGA. That was one of the HGA videos, the infamous HGA videos.
Now, I think that is a great assisted way of helping because then you can really see.
The irony is that HGA, despite the fact they kept talking gobbledygook and like nonsense, the enhanced imaging thing is probably the most logical use of technology to aid the grading thing that anybody has actually shown on video.
Yep.
I agreed with that. I thought, like, yes, use enhanced imaging, help yourself, and there you go.
You know, when I scan stuff, I used to scan high res for when I put them into books because the higher the res, the better quality of the picture, you know, so especially with something with words on it and stuff. I found that when I went to 1200 DPI, it was massive, and you saw stuff you didn't even know was there, and you kind of didn't even want to know that's there. There's almost too far of a degree. So then you start counting little, like it's tough. But you know, 600 DPI, even 500 DPI would be great. So
the irony. I always use coin grading as an example of this. But I talk about it like, look, if I put enough resolution on a coin, and I understand we're talking sports cards, but the concept is the same. So stick with me for a second. If I put enough magnification on it, you'll find nicks and scratches. I can find those things. So that's what we're going back to the whole premise that we were talking about a little earlier here, is that, but you know, it finds all these defects. Yes, but the problem is, and I'm going to repeat this, how much we penalize for defects at that level of magnification is programmed into it by a person who made a judgment call. The machine is only following what it's programmed to do. So you are the one who made this decision. You made this choice. You said that, well, if the scratch is this long, take off this much. This level of magnification. If the scratch is this long, take off this much. Or if it's, you know, half magnification, then, you know, it's even worse because then, you know, it's less magnified.
So half of this much off.
Exactly. So in reality, you said, oh, well, you know, you didn't fix shit. You did not fix shit. you just took your own grading biases and programmed them.
Mm-hmm.
So if I didn't agree with your grading bias in the first place, you just programmed it in. And now I disagree with your entire system. Phenomenal. With consistency. With consistency, I disagree with your system. Is this live? No.
Well,
if it is, type of sports card that was chat in case one of them channels win something.
That was part of the question I had for him when I had him on and did the interview thing, because they claim that they are programming based on industry standards. Mm-hmm. But they have no answer to what the hell
there's no
the industry standard actually is.
Correct. Yes.
It's their own understanding
by
of
volume
industry standards.
Exactly, but they claim it's industry standard, but by volume, the industry standard would be PSA. but PSA doesn't have a 9.5. So what the hell is
Beckett
the industry
kind of
standard?
started the industry standards, I would say, because they were publishing it back in the 80s and 90s, right? I think it was the 90s. Didn't we determine that, Carlos, one time? You went through and we looked for when they started calling things mint and how they graded it and what have you.
The Gem Mint didn't exist until 91. Like PSA came out with the Gem Mint in 91.
No, but in the Beckett guides where they first started kind of putting a grade in there.
Yeah.
When was that? Did we went through this
sometime in the 80s. It would have been sometime in the 80s. Yeah. They really started utilizing it. They started changing what the definition was for it over time there. So that was kind of the transitional period. That's kind of the secret there.
Gotcha.
Carlisle here's got a good comment. I like this one. As a software developer, I would not develop algorithms for edge cases. That's fair. I would focus on the most common cases and seek efficiencies there. You'd be surprised how few cards account for most cases. And I think I agree with that methodology. It makes a lot of sense. But what's funny about it is that, like I said, here's the thing: try as much as you want. I'll go on record as saying this: you will never. I don't care what you say. If you want, we can start a grading company right now and claim it's fully AI, and then we're still having people check the work. We can just lie.
Yeah.
Eric is the grader.
Yeah, Eric's the grader. But the point has been this the whole time. I'm sitting there like every single time. Whenever we pick on the coaster maker because they're the easiest one to pick on. But the reality is HGA did the same shit and we made fun of them for that too.
We picked on them. Yeah. HGA.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, totally.
They were fun.
But that's why I laugh. It's like, you do realize I was making fun of HGA for the exact same stuff. It's just they've kind of hid in the shadows now. They're kind of all quiet and everything. So nobody talks about them anymore.
Really?
They are, as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
How?
But the point is that if HGA was doing the exact same thing, I don't care what you guys want to tell yourselves. If HGA was doing this, I'd be killing HGA as the coaster makers. They would be my
whipping new coaster makers
full time. They would be my whipping boy full time because they were doing it before it was cool.
Yes.
They were in on it. They were at the forefront of bullshit and pretending that you're doing something you're not doing. And then the coaster makers took over and they took their place at the front of they took the throne made of crap. They took it and they said, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna make it happen. Let's go.
From those that magnet board that I had last week that I showed, I took all the expansion teams out that went from 79 to 80. So I took all the the whalers and everybody. And I actually scanned them. So I was scanning them pretty high, like the small magnets, 2 inches by 1.5. And I did a scan at 600 DPI. And then I went, I don't like them because it showed way too much. I went, holy shit, I couldn't see that. So I took a picture with the camera, which is still high resolution, but it takes a different kind of picture and it makes it look more presentable, look less obvious. Because everything came up on the scan. So I chose to do it that way. Not to mislead the customer, but it made it look 10 times worse than really what it was because the high resolution scan opposed to a photograph with a camera or with your phone. It seemed to be much better. So I was just, because I listed all those. They just ended today. So I got, what was it? I think for about 8 magnets, 345 US.
Fancy. Look at you.
Paid $2 each.
Luke here says, let's get some more Canadian content. What about mint grading? Look, mint grading is fun for me to poke fun at, but like I can't really knock them because I don't spend much time on them. I haven't dealt with them at all. Have you dealt with them, Eric? Is there something you'd like to add? Please.
All I can say is that at the expo, there was an enormous, giant, humongous room filled with all the grading companies, except for one that wasn't allowed in the room. They had to sit outside the front door, and that was Mint.
Yeah. At this point, they have our pity. I also think, like, look, I have no idea if their grading's any good or not. I genuinely cannot offer an opinion. All I can offer is the following. They're overpriced for what they are. Just looking at what the offering is and what the price point is, I can't reconcile the two. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't.
It's going to be a little different because I guess PSA is not going to be grading on site, as Brad said, this time around, but in the fall, so they will be. So that's going to create a lot of space. I don't think they'll need much for submissions. So
speaking of which, by the way, it's from the last show, I did get a photograph from sources related to my Macho Man. I did get my Macho Man Stewart card.
How is it?
It has been graded, and I have received a scan of said card.
So nobody can copy it. No.
I know. So there's the Macho Man with the tab. So it's a Miss Elizabeth. So it's in a PSA 6, which the edges are a little bit nicked up. So which is fine.
6. Oh man.
It's legit.
Send it to SGC.
It's SGC, exactly. So anyway, I like that they've got the 87 Stewart Wrestling and some Macho Man with Elizabeth with the tab, which cost me extra because of the fucking larger abomination of a holder.
What was your total cost on that?
So that is $79.99, I think.
Yeah.
So that's the Macho with the tab. I was it was funny as if it didn't have the tab, it would have gone in under the lower level. Which is hilarious.
True enough, right?
Yeah, so that's what was funny. I like the fact that it has the tab on it, so I appreciate that. But it's for my collection, so whatever, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was funny. It amused me that I was like, all right, fair enough.
You couldn't afford to grade a whole set of that; it just would kill you.
No, it'd be too much. Macho is one of my favorites, so that was worthwhile. It was fun for me. So
my hearing's not that good. You paid how much to get that thing graded?
It's $80. $80.
$80 to get that Macho Man thing.
Was
graded.
It Canadian or US?
Canadian.
I don't care.
It was $20 US.
Why would you do that?
Because I can, Eric. Because I'm not a peasant.
He is not a peasant. Do you
$80
not understand that?
to get one thing graded.
$80.
Look, it was either spend $80 on grading the Macho Man or buy every Boston Bruin card in existence that matters.
Yeah.
I decided to get the Macho Man graded. Priorities.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Hashtag priorities, bro.
Yeah.
Priorities, man.
Oh, I'm going to a show tomorrow too. There's one out here in Scarborough.
Where's the show? Oh, there's a Scarborough show?
Yeah, it's right at Kingston Road and Scarborough Golf Club Road. It's a Saturday show, which I don't generally.
Have they run it before? Or is this a new show?
Yeah, they did about a year ago. There's 3 signing guests coming. I think we have Mike Walden. Who else? There's a couple other guys. Any which way. Brian McFarland and one others. I can't think of who it is. It's pretty cool.
Considering it's a small show, the fact they have signings is impressive.
Yeah, they have 3 signing. Well, and half decent guests. You know, Brian. Oh, and McNamara. Bruce. Whatever his name. He was the Leaf general manager for a while. He was the one who actually he signed. He went over to Sweden and signed Salming. I can't remember his name. Anyways,
well, it's not quite as exciting as the next CSC show where you get Marcel.
But Mike Shaky Walton's going to be there.
This is like in a basement of a Legion, but it's nice. It's very nice, and actually they have these chefs there, like not chefs, sorry, old people who are cooking food, burgers, fries, burgers and fries and everything fresh right there. It's like it's awesome. I got a burger and fries last time. It was fucking great. It was better than the sales.
We need Bobby. We need a proper German Haas.
It's more of a vintage show, I would say.
Okay, gotcha.
Because that's why it's hidden in Scarborough, in the lower depths of the bluffs, I guess.
I need Shaky to sign a bunch of things. I hope he comes this way, or he goes to the expo.
Well, I'll get him to sign them tomorrow.
You'd have to go find the things that I need.
I ain't finding nothing.
Yeah, you ain't gonna waste your time.
You got the things. You got them there.
Eric, if you would push harder on the screen of the phone, you could send it to Bobby directly.
Yeah, FedEx for tomorrow.
Send him a screenshot.
No, I said you take your phone and you take the item and you're just like jam it into the screen until it gets through.
That's using the tag technology.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Obviously, look. Old man Tag didn't die for sins so that you couldn't send shit through your screen of your phone. Come on, man.
Yeah.
All right. Carlisle here says grading companies don't need programs to help them grade. They need programs to help them document why they selected that grade. We're interested in why I got the score did. So graders notes. All right. Fair enough, Carlisle. Hobby Champ says I got a few of those with slabs. Yes. I like the Stewart wrestling thing. The only other one I would want probably is the $1 Million Man for obvious reasons. But that'd be the only one.
That would probably be our next big one.
Yeah, that'd be cool to go to pair with.
Maybe they'll have specials on the big cards sometime time in the future.
One could hope, yeah. So I'll kind of touch on those days. Bobbles the movie, maybe wellness check. He died on the inside. He's alive.
Ronald's son?
Now
Yeah.
He lives.
If somehow you come across one of these, you can get him to sign it. That would be the balls.
Actually, I'll look at the show. Yeah, that's Toronto's son. Yeah, 71. Yeah.
Yeah.
What card number
Hobby
is
Champ
it?
said,
There's no numbers on it. Fuck.
There's no number.
trick question. Hobby Champ says, why is it so much to grade that? Are they all oversized cards? It's the oversized card, yes. It's because it qualified for the oversized. That's the reason it costs more. And it's stupid. And I as soon as they told me that, I rolled my eyes. I was like, all right, whatever. Fine.
Well, those ones that Eric have is basically actually they're bigger than the wrestling card there. And
they are. Yeah, for sure.
They started grading those, and it wasn't a bad price. Now it's like poof, forget it.
Yeah,
unless you got
it's
a
stupid.
Bobby Orr or something. And
I don't understand. I don't understand why they think they deserve such a premium. That's like half. If Beckett graded that, it would be like the size of my wall.
Yeah.
So like the amount of plastic consumed, like it'd be so like $80. Like I'm not even getting like a wall size plastic. What a rip!
This wasn't upcharged.
Oh, really?
Is that a Taylor Swift?
Oh hell no, that's Tina Turner.
Dude, you got to bring it closer. I'm not looking.
We don't need another hero.
4.5.
That's a big.
I didn't expect it to come in this fast.
I
was gonna say, did they run out of plat? Did they have like one extra large slab at SGC?
It's too wide. It's too wide for the normal slab. So,
well, at least you almost got a dinner tray. Yeah, most of it. So Luke Davis is saying Gord Stellick for the Leafs thing.
Bobbles, what does that? What price is that for that size holder?
I didn't get upcharged.
It's not about an upcharge though. Like, is it just a standard grading fee, or is there any difference for the a larger holder?
So they do have a. I've never had to pay it.
Answer the question.
Wow. Well, of course you're an owner. Like you shouldn't have to pay.
No, I'm looking it up because I don't know exactly what the fee is. Hold on.
And he's an SGC.
Oversized is.
So people call in and go, "Oh yeah, let me look that up." Well, I could have done it on my.
So declared value under $1,500. Declared value would be $50, and then they
that's $50 US though. Scale. Like that's not that much different than what I paid.
No, it's actually about the same.
Yeah, and that's anything above 3.5 by 5.5.
Okay, well, fuck SGC then.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the hell, man, screw that.
Yeah. Tell PSA to fuck.
But
SGC.
I'm gonna actually run, fellas, because I am not gonna lie, I'm pretty damn exhausted from all of the shit that's been going on. I have not slept much, so I'm gonna hop off here.
Of course, listen, you got to be on a conference call in the morning and then figure out how to spend the fortune. It's important.
Yeah. No, I don't think I'm going to be going anywhere spending anything. So I'll probably sleep in if I can in the morning. So
sounds good. Have yourself a good night.
Take on whatnot cards.
That's right.
No, I have never. So I will just to close out on this. I have spent $5 ever on whatnot, and I did not purchase anything. There was someone I knew that was doing a sale, and the guy's daughter was helping him, and she's like, I don't know, probably 9 years old or something. And you can send like a tip or whatever to the seller. Or I forgot what they call it, a tip or whatever.
They even have that? Oh my God, it gets better.
Yeah, they have that. So I sent $5 to him and told him to take his daughter for breakfast or whatever in the morning because she was helping him out. I've never bought an item on whatnot. So that's the only money I've ever spent on the platform.
Tip money. Okay. I'm surprised they have tip money. I like, oh, that's just like insult to injury, honestly. It's like, thanks for selling that $8 in cards. Here's a $5 tip.
Yeah, there is a tip jar thing for the seller. So, but anyway, you guys have a wonderful night. Chat, y'all have been great as always. Eric, pay the like button, and I will chat with you guys later.
Have a good night. Take it easy.
Yep.
Stuart was a Canadian company too. That is correct. Yes.
Yep.
So based on what Brandon was saying, that means SGC would be $68 for an oversized. So it's not really that much different.
Tax, whatever, you're almost about the same.
Yeah, you work out to about the same. Yeah. So Sorry, unfortunately, oversized. When they decide to go to the oversized holder, is expensive. So there is like a specific cutoff, a threshold. Literally, if you're just under it, you're good. Then you save a bunch of money. But as soon as you go oversized, it's like it's more expensive.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate. What I'm doing though is I'm actually I'll probably, if I end up getting any more boxes or anything, I'll probably just combine it and we'll just ship it in one package. So in this case, I have that option. So Brad took the picture of it for me, so it was good. Just to know, like I said, it's for my PC. I'm gonna put the macho in the background of like my videos and stuff. I like the cards, so for me it's fine. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Like it's expensive. It's an expensive holder.
A lot of money.
Like I said, listen, I my choices were buy every Boston Bruin creation, including Booby Orr, every card he has.
A lot of people do that.
Or the holder, and holder is the priority.
A lot of guys will buy the they'll get the stars graded and then just leave the commons as whatever. So that's fine too. It's a nice representation, right?
Yep. Macho was always one of my favorites, so I figured I'd have it for that one. But yeah, it wouldn't be something I'd recommend for a bunch of other ones because it'd be really expensive to go that route. But for that issue in particular, by the way, if it's without the tabs, you can get it under the oversized, which is stupid. It's trash. It's trash. There you go. I can't even go to SGC as my cheaper alternative. Not by that much. It's like lame.
I know.
I don't know.
It's hard.
It's tough, man. It's tough.
Life's tough.
Let's see. So, anybody else we got left to piss off or slander, Eric? Like, I feel like we've made the rounds pretty good.
The line is long.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
I was kind of good. I was watching the Gong Show again, and they actually had. He pulled up the Turk Broder card, and he goes, "Hey, it's the same as Bobby Burrell's book, the front cover." I went, "Shh, don't give it away."
Well, you are, like I said, right now you're on a Where's Waldo quest of finding Bobby Burrell references, cameos. There's some stuff
all
going
this fun
on.
stuff.
I see what's happening. Eric, you working on that? You think you might just like randomly run around and try to get some cameo appearances somewhere, or what's going on over there?
Oh well, I'm not the Burrell. The Burrell is everywhere. But
yeah, when
the Burrell is omnipresent. The Burrell is omnipresent. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lull in content when I'm getting invited on a lot of shows.
I was gonna say, like, it's like, have you noticed an uptick in invitations recently? Like,
yes,
hey, Bobby, what's going on?
Could you come on? I gotta do your thing.
Yeah.
And
Jeremy's next.
I would think that Canadian.
They want to cover the app. Right?
I was gonna say, it's like, so has he gotten to inviting you yet or no?
No, he was talking about it.
Okay.
Have you on for the app, and it's just like when he wanted to have me on, he was trying to get me for so long, and I was number 43, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would think that for Canadian card content, you should be on everybody's speed dial, and that I'd be surprised. I guess I'm a little surprised because the app came out in November, from what I was told. That I can't. I am a little surprised, I guess, that you haven't been just making the rounds constantly since November on all the Canadian, card shows.
Wow.
How many Canadian card shows do you think there are?
A bunch. I used to watch a lot of them.
Some
of them have disappeared, but there's still plenty of content out there.
There is still plenty of content.
It's not like having the guy on from GemRaid or having like for the fourth time. I'm sort of in the back seat.
Listen, Bobby, you're no Coach Co. I gotta be honest.
That's yes, of course.
Or the filth bomb breaks guy.
Oh yeah,
that's one.
Yep.
Eric knows a good story about that one. That was a conversation we had once upon a time. That was fun.
And my articles have been getting out there a lot too. So
that's right.
It's just anchoring a little bit more into the vintage collectibles, more experience and hobby knowledge, and maybe one day, SGC might hire me, and then I'm really working for PSA, and then Brad's gone, and then that's it.
Yeah,
what happens.
Wow.
Yeah, I went that far. I know. Yeah.
Wow. Wow, we've already taken a lot of chances on this stream. Had a lot of fun, but we've taken a lot of chances.
Oh yeah.
Hobby Champ says that's a pop 2, none higher. Or really, none higher on the Stewart with the tab? Ooh, fancy. Hold on, now I got to check that out for myself. I didn't
what
realize
is the
that.
pop on any of those? Like at
On the
79
Stewart,
bucks, no
it's not
wonder
going to be a
pop
lot. On the
2.
Stewart, it's not going to be a lot. No way.
Nope.
Let me see.
Remember,
now.
it's basically the French of the Vachon.
There you go.
I know it might be Eric. I might be semi bougie over here. Like, let's see some fanciness.
Now,
Like, oh,
who else do we know that has the Macho Man card? Was it Yannick? Was it Brad?
Yeah,
was
Yannick.
Well, Bobby had it. And then Yannick has it.
Yep.
Oh,
so Eric, you're falling behind, man.
I know.
Get
I
on the
got
train.
to get my
Get
hands
yourself
on
a macho. Get yourself a macho. Just
I-
get yourself an ungraded one and put it in an upside down one touch, and you'll be fine.
I know.
You need a big one
The-
touch.
the-
That's a 2 touch, I
agree,
think.
I
I think so.
yeah.
I assume there has to be one like that, right? Like
It'd
there
be a
has to be-
sideways 2 touch, yes.
I was gonna say something like that. Yeah.
You know what the
But I'm
craziest thing? Just to change subjects real quick. You know what the craziest thing about this back surgery is?
Oh
My
yeah,
back-
how's it going?
My back is unbelievably itchy. The skin around the incision is it isn't that it hurts.
How big's the incision?
About that
2
long.
inches? 3 inches?
Yeah, about 3 inches. From what I've been told, I think Michelle.
By who? Not
Well, I
your
can't
wife.
see it. She took a picture of it, showed it to me once, but I think I was on drugs that day, so I think it's about 3 inches. But it itches out. My skin just itches. It's
Put
a
some
crazy
Vaseline on
thing.
it.
When I had my hip done, I didn't have any such thing. But my back is just, I want to rip it apart.
Put the shit on it. That whatever.
I've been putting all sorts of anti-itch stuff on it, and it's worn off. And now I'm sitting here at 11 o'clock at night, and my back's starting to itch like crazy again.
But how do you feel now?
Feel pretty good. Like sitting is fine. I didn't think I'd last this long, but I feel fine. I know I can stand a lot straighter. I couldn't, right after the surgery, I could stand straight up for the first time in 3 months.
So do you think that do you expect to resume your breakdancing career shortly?
Or cycling?
Doctor said 2 weeks before I could breakdance.
It's important. So I will confirm that Hobby Champs is correct. The Macho Man's 87 Stewart with a tab is a pop 2, none higher. There is no finer Macho Man with a tab in existence.
You know what I have to say about that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
It's pretty good. So Bobby, see, not so bad. Not so bad.
Not so bad.
6. Not so bad.
How many in SGC though? Because we're all talking the same company now.
That's all the same, right? That's right.
All the same.
But hey, thank you, Hobby Champs. Appreciate it. I didn't realize that, but there you go. Hey, top pop, y'all. Top pop.
You can actually type that in, your eBay thing.
It's true.
I always
It's
wanted
legit.
to go, pop 2, none higher. I just want to type that in one time.
That's right. That's right.
I still
That's
you know,
Staffik.
this talk of the of the purchase and all that, and I still am curious. I was going to ask this question earlier when we were really in the midst of it, but we kind of heading down a different road, and I didn't want to switch. I still say that the only reason PSA is continuing to be number one is because they've been number one for so long, and they bring the best return on investment. I think their slabs suck. I think their red label sucks. There's nothing good looking about it. It's not attractive. It doesn't pop. It doesn't enhance the look of a card that's in it. The number one reason I believe people are just PSA crazy is return on investment. I think, especially since SGC changed their labels a few years ago, I think they're the best looking. I love their new label with the big number on the top.
I don't like it yet.
I'm fine with the tuxedo because I think it makes the cards pop because black and white looks good with everything.
I've seen cards that look terrible in the tuxedo, but a lot of cards look fine in it.
Yes. I would like. I still think the best plastic, as I think we've all agreed, is the best plastic in the business is CSG, right? I start getting confused when I say them all.
I think I'm going to call it CGC. Let's go CGC because I think that's the uniform one now.
CGC.
Yeah.
I think they're the best plastic, but even with their label change, I still don't love it. It's way better than the green, so I'll take it. I don't love it. And if I were to grade a card and get into that, I think I would go with SGC. I think they probably look the best, although I don't love their plastic. Thin and flimsy.
Yeah.
So I would love to see some type of.
Do you like anything?
No.
Valid question.
No. Chocolate sticks. I like chocolate sticks a lot. They're really delicious.
How about KSA? Yeah. We gotta find one of the new holders.
We gotta do a review on KSA. It's important.
He might even be seeing at the show on tomorrow.
Is there anybody in the chat that truly likes the visual aspects of a PSA holder? Like, it just looks beautiful to them. I'm curious, for those who are watching, the last look, we had like 48 people.
I think the strongest you're going to get is that it's unobtrusive. I don't think anybody aesthetically thinks it's the best one.
That's what I'm asking. Is there anyone of
I really don't think there is
people that really looks at a PSA slab and it's like, mwah, masterpiece. This red border with black lettering, just wow, this is great. I really want to spend the money and put my cards in this plastic with this label because it just pops. Is there anybody out there with that opinion?
It's the age-old answer. Buy the card, not the holder.
I agree
100%. Outrageous.
But I really am curious. Are there collectors out there? And right now we got 47 people. That does anyone like the looks? Like truly appreciates? It's like, this is just gorgeous. PSA slabs, because I think they're absolutely horrible.
I kind of like tag. But I also like CGC.
So let me read a couple of comments here. I'll touch on a few things here. Bubbles said there's more staff at CartGSQ than Canadian content creators, possibly at this point. Do you know how many people I've seen ask if the SGC slabs are worthless now, or people asking if they're worth more now? It's ridiculous. That's for Zach.
Really?
Tax packs is just as good, if not better, than CGCs. So I'm not going to agree with that, but I understand what you're getting at. Look, okay, so I'll be nice-ish for a second. Nice-ish. Okay.
I agree.
Here, from here down, it's perfectly fine. I actually think the see-through label thing is trash.
I don't.
Like, I'm being completely serious. I don't care. You want PSA does this? I'm going to say it's trash. SGC does this? I'm going to say it's trash. I don't care who does it. I think this is stupid. This is garbage.
I like it.
So this down, it's fine. It's very good. I think I don't mind. I like CGC's overall presentation personally, top to bottom better. But the problem is I can't ignore this. The idea that, oh, well, if you make it see-through, then it's like it's not there. If it's not there, then it's a one-touch. If I'm ignoring the label and I'm pretending it doesn't exist, and that's the idea, then it's a one-touch. Then I don't need the label. Snap it off. And by the way, I've also snapped one of these with my bare hands. It's not actually very good quality. I've literally snapped one with my bare hands.
No, you're 100% right. Yes, you did.
But from here down, like right now, this isn't a holder and everything, and I'm also using it as a coaster, literally as a coaster. But like, if you take one that's not blemished and been beaten up a little bit, this is actually quite good. The clarity of it, and that's very good. But I actually think the label's trash. I actually hate the see-through label garbage,
and I disagree. I like it a lot.
Yeah. So to me, it's like that's straight in the dumpster. garbage.
It comes to personal preference anyway. So
that is 100% personal preference. 100%.
And that's all I'm asking with my question. Is there's 47 people. Is there anyone who, with personal preference, looks at that red, tag? I shouldn't use that word.
It's outrageous. It's a label.
They did that on
label,
so that you would say.
I know. It's like
psychologically.
Ham's gotten to him.
This
Ham's
is just
controlling his mind.
Tag. I can't get out of it.
I wouldn't design it any better. It's absolutely perfect, and it's just the best looking thing that could, it's the Mona Lisa of slabs. Does anyone think about?
I agree. PSA with the red doesn't do anything for me.
It doesn't.
If they went black,
neutral. I'm neutral on it. I'm neutral on it, to be honest. That's the thing. I will not pitch any PSA to anybody on aesthetics. To me, it's more neutral than anything else. But if you don't like it, you don't like it. Again, personal preference. I'm not going to argue with you. That's fine. That's why I gave you my answer on a personal preference standpoint.
That's all this
is. If I remove my personal biases, that's still a personal preference thing.
There shouldn't really be anything
I think Eric is right.
Detracting from the card. So, no colors. If it's black and white,
it goes with everything.
Yeah. Bobby Champ says, hell no, PSA slabs are fugly. So you're getting some support there. Bob also says drugs are giving Eric better takes. That's probably true. So for Luke, tag is number 1, PSA is number 2. I think it looks good. Okay. There you go. Interesting. PSA slabs are ugly AF. There you go, Jared. All right. Good. Fair enough. Visually, tag, BGS pristine, FCG, and then SCG, SGC. In that order. I was struggling with all the acronyms. I was struggling at that point. There was a lot of acronyms there in short order. So Justin. Yes, good evening, Justin. What do you want? You don't want some colorful slab that draws attention away from the card. I don't have a problem with PSA slabs. Like I said, for me, it's more neutral than anything else, but I think that's fair.
And I think hold on, just we got to play a time here. If you back up one for me. See, Zach, I think the red does take away. I think black and white does not. So I think having this red beacon, going like this at the top of the slab takes away from what I'm looking at. Where if it's just black and white,
it's a thin line. It's not a beacon.
it's not. I think you're acting like it's the entire. You're acting like the entire label is red with white lettering. It's not the case.
Electronic and it flashes.
It's a border, man. It's a border.
We're just talking opinion. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Tag is a beautiful slab, and it says classic displays well. Fair enough, Luke. Tag is the only third-party grader with UV protect. Not true, sir. Nay.
Not now.
Not anymore.
KSA. Don't make me grab the IG post. They got UV protection, bros.
I wonder how Tag and KSA are in the industry in percentage. Who has the market share?
What? Sorry, Tag and who? Sorry,
KSA.
So KSA would be interesting. I'd love to know. Tag is 4,000 cards a month.
Really?
Yeah. I think Eric puts more cards in one touches than Tag grades.
At Phil's store. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. So great again. PSA slabs are not eye appealing, which is fine. I think it's completely fair. He got his ass out of bed. It's a good day. There you go. Tag looks the best. It's personal tag shill ham. The ham bot. The ham bot has spoken. SGC need to change their tux to an ultra tux and go Vanta Black. There you go. PSA are the easy redhead of the bar. People want a sure thing. Look at you. All right. I like some of the comments. Tag is gonna get bought by fanatics. They're gonna have to buy a company. Look, if you wanted to buy Tag, you could just wait for them to go out of business and buy them for 27 cents. Old man Tag at that point will sell them for you with a half-eaten donut, and he'll take it. I meant BGS Black Label, not pristine. Okay, Black Label, sure. Fair enough. Carlisle says there's a reason why stop signs are red. Yeah. Eric's being a tad bit dramatic. What? No. I agree with Hobby Champs. Eric? No way.
Well, first of all, go back to Carlisle. There's a reason why stop signs are red, because they take your attention away. And this is what I'm saying. We agree. So I'm not being too dramatic. You're trying to.
So, Eric, the problem is you're reading this wrong. Signs are reason stop signs are red. Correct. You see the PSA slab and it says stop. Shut up and take my money.
Look.
Yeah. And that's right.
Yeah. Well, no.
Like,
Boom.
stop, drop, and roll. Look, stop, and buy.
Good evening, Paul. CSG really screwed themselves with the changes. Surprised they ditched the blue label. CSG didn't have a blue label. Well, they had one for the TCG. For the TCG, they did.
Yeah.
But for the sports card thing, it was the green label, and then they standardized the two.
Yeah.
RCG for Pokemon though is the best. Okay, fair enough.
So it does seem, again, my theory was people stick with PSA because of the financial return they can get. And
Eric, literally, I have never heard a single person in creation ever pitch the aesthetic of the slab. Not one individual. They've been around since 1991. That's never been a thing.
All right. And I'm just having a conversation, bringing up a topic, bringing something to
talk
the table.
About mint.
We get all people engaged. Everyone agrees it is not good looking. And the only reason they continue to put their cards in it is because of, you're going to increase your profits. Fine, no problem. I still wish that you could have both. Everyone wants everything, and I would love to be able to have a company that everyone agrees looks, well, not everyone, no one's ever going to be everyone.
You're never going to 100% know.
The majority of people agree looks nice, and you're going to get a good return on your money. And we don't have one of those. And I'm hoping that now that Collectors owns SGC, they'll say, hey, let's tweak a couple of things. All right, let's tweak the plastic. Let's make this tuxedo look a little different. Okay, let's clean this up. Let's clean that up and make it look really nice. And not.
I don't think they're going to invest that money, or I don't think they really care. I think it's an acquisition. I think they're not really going to change much. It's doing what it's doing. If they change the holder, it's not going to increase the business. It'll just be a cost and expense, and it'll be different.
Well, I actually think, Bobby, all you'd have to do with the holder, to be honest, I don't think the SGC guys are complaining about the holder. I think the only thing that I would do is I would just improve the seal a little bit, because the seal is a little bit iffy. Yeah, honestly, if you get your Sonic welders to do a little better job actually sealing it, I think that would already fix a lot of things. And for me, for the label, I would like some kind of a scannable thing, either a barcode or the QR code, which could link you to the database of images that you've already developed. I think that would be a really handy feature. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to go too crazy. You don't have to spend millions of dollars. Not a big deal. I think you could do it.
But did you see? I think at the last CSC show, was Mint not there? I think they were.
At the last one, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like sitting alone. I almost felt bad for him. Like, it's like desperate. Like when someone's walking by, he's almost like grabbing them, going. Just like this. It was sad. It's really sad to watch him, because I don't know how he fits in the marketplace. He's not even competition to KSA at this point. So I don't know who's going to him specifically, unless I'm building a set. You got 5 guys. I don't know.
Well, look, it would amuse me. The problem is they're never going to do it, because they're never going to invest like $1 into it.
No,
I would love nothing more. I would love to have those KSA records. I just want to know how many cards they graded.
Thousands and thousands and thousands, man. Hundreds of thousands.
It's got to be hundreds of thousands. Like the fact that they've lived this long tells me it has to be hundreds of thousands. Like, I know at expos they've done okay. I know what
and he's been busy over the years. He used to do the small show circuit, and honestly, like he'd get like 50 to 100 guys going through, getting great.
Yeah, no doubt.
Small shows, little $40 table kind of ones, and he was killing it, because guys didn't have any option. Don't want to send it to PSA. They're right there. They bring their cards. Done.
PSA waiting on site at the last expo hurt KSA the most. We have all, you guys more than me, have seen the line and the foot traffic at KSA over the years, right? Because they're grading on site, and right, it's a freaking madhouse. This past November, it was a freaking ghost town.
It was.
They got destroyed in November.
Look where they were situated, right beside.
Yeah.
Walk right by them. PSA was right there.
And
they were sitting there going.
Yeah, literally, that girl was sitting there. I can have a picture in my head right now. She was sitting sideways like this at the table, had her legs crossed, and all she had was playing with her phone. And she did that for the entire weekend. Nobody spoke to her. Now,
you could have spoke to her if you were staring at her long enough to be able to describe her in vivid detail.
Her legs.
You could have walked by and said hello.
No, I'm not allowed.
You impolite bastard.
No,
crossed legs.
Get in trouble. Not allowed to. But we saw that last year. I mean, not this past one, but the one before. So 22, right? Brad's, PSA Canada thing was a freaking madhouse, right? And that was just drop-offs. But we also saw at the other end of the show, KSA was swamped.
Yeah.
Because people were getting those, grade it now, so they can get back on the floor.
Yeah.
They had nothing this past
I've never seen anybody at their booth.
Nothing.
Nope.
PSA killed them. If I am the owner of KSA that weekend, I was curled up in a corner going, almost lost my company. Because that was their biggest event every single year since they opened the doors, and they got nothing. Imagine paying for $1 million Super Bowl ad, and you don't get anything from it. Mm-hmm. That's what it was like.
Yeah. There you go.
Indeed.
Very good, sir.
So Jared here says SGC needs a pop board. They have one. Thick and clear plastic, which you can argue. But it's not great, but they do have a pop board. You can't actually look at it.
You got to put spell correct in there because it's so hard. Sometimes you don't know how to spell a certain issue, and it doesn't autocorrect. It doesn't give you suggestions. It's just like nope, nope. So, anyways, just saying. Anybody who puts one of those searches should have an autocorrect. I know it's just a feature. It's automatically generated too. Anyway.
Fair. Luke says, kindly sitting alone, KSA. They were for that show.
Oh, they were.
It was crazy. It was that poor girl just sat there for like 4 days just doing this, playing on her phone. That was it.
They were grading on site too, right?
They were, yeah. KSA does on-site grading when they do the expo.
Yeah, but I didn't see their machine. They had their booth out front, but I think behind that curtain, were they not?
Yeah, that's usually where they keep it. Yeah,
but they didn't advertise good enough on the front. Like people, it was just an obstacle to get by to get to PSA. It was sort of like everybody's walking by. It's just like
when the PSA line got too deep, you kind of standing next to the KSA.
Yeah, you're going. All right, no thanks. Shit happens.
God.
Makes sense. Yeah, we'll see. Like, I think the landscape itself. What's funny is the landscape changed, sort of, but not really. It's funny because it's fun to talk about in the moment. I think for right now, I think the PSA folks are unaffected. They don't care. Like for them, it doesn't matter. The SGC folks have an interesting decision to make, though. They're trying to I think it's a wait and see situation for a lot of them. Some of them are obviously going to be turned off immediately. The association doesn't work for them. But for other ones are like, but do I send in the cards and then I don't know what's going to happen with the brand in the future, because GAI is a good comp because it's for a different reason, but GAI existed and then it doesn't, and it doesn't mean there weren't good cards in GAI holders, but how do you treat the GAI cards today? Like if you see a GAI
crack
card,
them out. Crack them
yeah,
out,
exactly. That's the thing. Being a defunct company hurts.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, that's part of it. If you're a defunct company and you no longer exist, then it doesn't matter what it is. So the infamous, the Mantle SGC 9.5, it sold for a record amount. That's not a couple of bucks. That's a very spicy meatball. So what do you do if you're that person?
Yeah.
Because they spent a lot of money. On that one.
Mm-hmm.
So, and up until this acquisition, it seemed fine. And then, what about all the Honus Wagners that are in SGC holders? At the end of the day, the
I don't see
Wagner is
the
a
brand
Wagner.
I don't see them going anywhere.
I think it's a top. Those are top tier cards, and those are ones very desirable. But it creates a little bit of an interesting dynamic with that. In the short term, I don't think it's going to be anything too crazy, but it's
Even
something that those folks need to look at.
I don't see the benefit of discontinuing or melding two companies into one. It doesn't make any sense. Any financial sense for sure, and certainly doesn't make any progressive sense for benefiting them in more grading. Like if you eliminate a competition and PSA just eliminates them and melds them into PSA, that extra business that's going to SGC isn't definitely directed back to PSA. It actually leaves it out in the ether, right? Kind of sits there and goes, well, I could go to CGC now, or I could go to KSA, new holder. We could go to tag whoever you want to go to at that point. So getting rid of them actually.
Oh, look, if I have a choice, if I have to go with an AI option, Bobby, I kind of like HJ.
Yeah. There might be a resurgence there.
So again,
Beckett's out of the question, right?
Nobody.
I have hope for Beckett. I still have hope.
Beckett's out of the question.
Beckett is salvageable if they would just do something, and they're just not doing anything. I think there could be a resurgence for them, but they need somebody to come in like a Josh Luber or somebody real.
But look, here's the thing though. Like, okay, forget about our endless Beckett slander, and Lord knows there's a lot of it. But can we talk about like this simple concept here? So first, I'll read Justin's comment here. How many PSAs do we all have? I've got a fair bit. These people are monsters, sure. Yeah. So here's the thing. They have to keep them separate. Too much legacy. That was kind of the counter argument that I made for a lot of folks. Okay, let's talk about the Beckett thing for a second. Speaking of the aesthetic, speaking of personal preference, speaking of whatever, I actually think the BGS slab is trash.
Yeah,
the label is trash. Forget about it. Let's pretend they're running on all cylinders. At their apex, the slab is trash. Like I hate that boxy thing. Like I don't like the label. Yeah, I like basically nothing about it. There is literally nothing about that slab that I like.
And it's sharp.
Zero.
It'll cut you. Those corners.
Well, at least that would be fun. Eric, maybe that's what we do with Eric on at the next expo. It's like I cut you, man. I cut you. It's like we take him out. We take him out with Beckett slabs.
But they need to fix their slabs anyways, right?
What's that?
They have to fix their slabs anyways. So
look, here's the thing.
Why not just get a new slab?
I don't care if Fanatics went out there and said and figured out, bailed the guy out of prison, took care of all that business and said, all right, as part of the deal, you give us the brand. Okay, great. They could buy it tomorrow. Fanatics has tons of money. But like the first thing they have to do is be like, okay, so this slab is shit. Get rid of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Like literally be like, we need to
starting new, but you have the legacy.
Effectively, yes.
The legacy holds a lot, and that grounds everybody, going forward because everybody remembers the Beckett, the magazine, the grading, and then when the grading came in, when Beckett was in its height in 2001, 2, 3, they were actually revered, quite revered. I actually like their grading, and everyone goes, "Oh yeah, they're tougher and they're really honest." And I went, I'll take the softer grade. But they were good. And I sent a few cards in way back then. But for the most part, going forward, they just kind of dropped the ball.
I have, and it's BVG.
Yeah, see that.
But the holder itself is pretty standardized. Like,
I like that.
That's basically it.
It looks nice. It's sharp though on the corners, right?
Yeah, it's a box.
Yeah.
It's basically a box.
So they don't have to do much. They just need a nice new holder. And
I've experienced this from cards I bought in the past. I've experienced it from the past. People dent and damage those corners of those slabs all the time. Like it's so easy to, and then they start chipping off.
But they stack well.
They do. But you know what's like the perfect example of that? The old Be a Player Ultimates. Because they were in Beckett style slabs. They effectively used the Beckett slab.
Yeah.
They had some that were like Beckett, but then after the fact, they would use the Beckett style slab with the two pieces. And the thing is, what happens when the corner gets basically damaged and it starts chipping and like it starts disintegrating on you, and it's like it's junk, like they're absolute junk. Mm-hmm. And then what happens? I have cards in my collection that were in those slabs, and at some point they got damaged somewhere along the way, and the person eventually just cracked it out because the slab was disintegrating on them, and it was done.
Yep.
Nothing they could do. And
but like
you can't replace it.
They have a chance, and I understand why, Collectors Universe they wouldn't buy them. They wouldn't buy Beckett. But I think Fanatics, if they're interested, and maybe they were trying to beat out Fanatics, and we take that point of view, I think Fanatics buying Beckett and revamping, that could help them. I believe that can help them a lot. Because I think Fanatics is already in trouble anyways. Going forward, yeah, they're trying to make new products, but they need some competition. They need something going on, anyways. Regardless of that, I think they came in at the wrong time, the right time that they thought, but they didn't know the market was going to drop that far. So, I think they're kind of swimming a little differently right now. But we'll see going forward.
I think that's fair. So let's do this, because there's no reason, unless the chat's been kind of quiet for a little bit. They've been chilling out, hanging out. By the way, we appreciate you. If you want to hit the like button on the way out, Eric gets billed for it. So just letting you know, hit the like button.
Say one more, can I just grab one more thing on that? All right. I didn't want to interrupt Bobby. One of the reasons they have to keep SGC and not merge it, I would say, is from kind of what we were talking about earlier. We can't find anybody that says PSA slabs are gorgeous. I love them. They're just the Mona Lisa. I want all my cards in them because of aesthetics. Can't find anybody to say that, right? However, you can find thousands of people who love the tuxedo. So they have
I
to.
I hate that it's even called the tuxedo.
I know.
That's just me.
But there are thousands and thousands of people who actually love the way it looks and has like a cult following for just the aesthetics of it. Okay, like it or not, that's just the way it is.
The 1910 cards look good in there. I'll give you that.
Okay.
I think if you have a light border or a white border, the contrast that it creates is good. But there are some like chromium cards and everything that look like shit with that.
So all I'm saying is it would be difficult to get rid of that entire brand, because there are fanboys for the aesthetics of
girls,
fan people.
Yes.
I know you guys are in Canada, so you got to be careful, because
hardly
you get in trouble.
You're in a Canadian protectorate, Eric. Stop pretending you're something.
I know Massachusetts is a socialist state, so if there, you can't just get rid of an entire brand, because there are people that are specifically sending money into that company for aesthetics, where nobody is doing that for PSA. So I don't see PSA getting rid of SGC at all. I think it's going to be like Carlos said the other day on Neo's show, that like the beer company InBev, they're the biggest company in the world when it comes to alcohol and other beverages, and they own like every beer company under the sun that you know of.
I showed in a graphic, by the way. That graphic was old. There's been some updates to it, but like that's an old graphic. Just to give you the amount of logos, if you looked at that graphic that I showed in that one video, is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy how much InBev owns, and they're a European company, I believe, and you'd be shocked. Well, they're not getting rid of, and I'm just making up stuff here because I don't know exactly what they own, but they're not getting rid of Budweiser and pushing all the beer stuff over to the Coors factory. They're having all these different brands because they know that variety makes them more money in the long run. So I don't see SGC going anywhere for that reason, and because there are actually people who are fan people of the brand. They're not doing it for the money, because if they want to just do it for the money, the return on investment, it's PSA. 100%. Everyone should just go to PSA. They're going to SGC for how it looks, how they like the way it looks, and probably for a little bit because of the cost is a little bit less.
See, he supported your analogy, Carlos. So
it is a good analogy. It does work.
No,
listen, I'll have you know that if you listen to the last episode of Sports Card Nonsense, there was reference to the beer analogy.
Yes.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, how did you?
I have video proof. I have video proof.
You seem to work well with my friend Mike Geo. How did you enjoy working with him?
I don't know who that is.
I don't know. He said he only subscribes to like 3 channels on YouTube, and he became a new subscriber to the channel. So.
I have many fans. Eric. I can't possibly remember them all.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you got a chance to talk with Mike. He's a good guy. Another Boston kid.
There you go. Will says, evening, gents. Good to see Backboy back in the upright position. Carlson, 200 words or less. Summarize the SGC take. Will, it just so happens that I have just the thing for you. Allow me to explain it. So if I was to summarize it in 200 words or less, allow me. Yes. Done. You're welcome. See, Eric, this is why I have earned these subscriptions.
Yes.
This is what I do. What I do.
Somebody has to do it. Just the way
Will here is trying to make a point here. Will says, masters of marketing. Have a trans person try to sell Bud Light. What could possibly go wrong? Will had literally bought tractor trailers worth of Bud Light, so it worked.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see what the problem is. I know. Look, Will didn't want me to share that. Will personally bought 500 tractor trailers of Bud Light personally, and a Fish Boy Super Factor.
Both?
Yes. Oh, Will's loaded. He's got lots of money.
That's impressive.
These are facts. Let's go through here. PSA iconic or something. There you go. Eric can't be Canadian till he says a boot in A. He says a lot. Like he talks in Boston. And like I said, like it's not like Massachusetts is a real place anyway. We discussed this. They've got this property. They got this like nebulous blob. It's Salem, it's Peabody, and it's Worcestershire.
That's where I went to school. Is in Worcestershire.
There's more funny lingo that comes out of Boston than out of Canada. And
exactly. People talk about a boot. It's like, and then we go listen to like the Boston accent. Like, please, please, son.
You have to listen to about a boot. An A, and I gotta listen to Park Your Car. All right.
The problem is, Eric, I've lived a life here many a year, and yet I've heard a boot less than I've heard Boston.
I don't even think I've even heard a boot except people saying that.
Not like once. There is a guy up north, like way up north, who says that.
Yeah,
he's that dude.
No,
if we really listen in a quiet night, we might be able to hear him.
Like above Hudson Bay.
Yep. Yeah, like very, very north.
There's nobody in Ontario says a boot. There is
no.
There's a small.
It's more Western Canada, I would say.
Yeah, 100%.
Portion in Ontario that says A, and every single one of you bastards say, "Oh, sorry."
No, we don't say
sorry. Oh, Eric. So Eric, you can testify to this. How many times have I told you sorry?
You have never said that to me.
So this seems to contradict your statement.
The only thing that
and yet I am in Canada, Eric. I'm sorry. Can you reconcile that for me? Can you explain?
You just said sorry. About? You just said sorry.
Yeah, you said it like 5 times already. What's your point?
Sorry.
Yeah.
On a ratio purpose, on a ratio, you're like 5 times more Canadian than I am.
Sorry.
Yeah. The only buddy who can compete with Boston would be Newfoundland. And I think they have you all day.
Oh, destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Destroyed.
That's not even English. They make up.
R.I.P. Virgil. Yes, facts. That is true. R.I.P. Virgil. Well, now you have to pay the Macho Man. And the cream rises to the top of PSA visual appeal. That's right.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, unfortunately, Virgil. My buddy sent me a text message about that, and my response was, "Well, hopefully he is, promoting himself heavily in the merch stand in the sky."
Well, how old was he? What did he die of?
I don't know.
Didn't we just see him a few shows ago or something?
And literally every show that he has ever attended, he was out there trying to hawk his wares. That's why I said it's like, hopefully Virgil is up in the merch stand selling it to God in the sky.
Huh. Oh, okay.
A lot of those wrestlers do that, man. They got no money left.
He was a hustler, man. He was a hustler. Eric Azara's in the U.S. He's not in the U.S.
No.
How about the Fish Boy after downing a case of the Bud Light? You should.
Yeah.
Austin is wicked smart. That's right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, wicked smart. We do say wicked a lot. I can't argue with that.
Sorry.
Well, if I get 2 cases deep, I start dirk hunting. Do it.
Sorry.
You will hear it now. A boots galore in the next show.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, bud. That's right. I play PS5 hockey with a bunch of Canadians, and they do say bud a lot. That's probably true. That's probably more accurate.
Yeah, if you're playing hockey with them, bud might work for that class.
That might work. Yeah, I could buy that. That I buy.
Nobody goes, "Hey, bud." Can I get
the problem is in this
bud,
situation,
bud?
Bobby, I can always invoke well, I'm a Canadian citizen.
There you go.
I wasn't born here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Half Panamanian, half Colombian, bro.
Sorry. I was born here too.
And the thing is, like I said, Eric says it way more than the rest of us.
I think he does.
Have you noticed?
Yes, he does. Yes.
A lot more. Weird.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry, son of a bitch.
Apparently it was canceled for Virgil. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Apparently it was for Virgil. That's a shame. He's not wearing those red and white stripes. Hopefully not.
Oh God, those were bad.
What are we talking about? A boot again? There you go, Bob Jack. That's right.
That is definitely how some people up there talk. Yeah.
Canadians say car weird too. What do you got, Eric? What do you got?
Car.
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 What I figured.
What's car? It's car.
Yeah, right.
And then there's sports card.
Yeah, sports card.
Then there's Cardi B. Then there's
Great. Yes, there you go. All right. Will says Canadians are weird. Yes, because Will is the. So, by the way, in the Discord, Will was talking about normality, and I'm sitting there resisting the urge to go like, nope, no, too easy. Never mind. Moving on.
I think you can break up Canada into 5 different regions. You have like the
At
Ontario. You got certainly Quebec. You got the West, but you also got BC, and then you got East Coast Newfoundland. That's different all across the board.
There you go.
And we only have 10 provinces. 11? I don't know.
It's 10 provinces and like 2 territories.
2 territories.
I think it's 2 territories. Yeah.
We had Nunavut and
and Massachusetts, the Canadian Protectorate. So we got that.
Yeah. Don't
they're
forget
all
us.
up beside there. Yeah.
Yeah. We basically leave it there. We just keep hoping that Quebec will eventually take them. Send some poutine down there. It's fine.
Hey. There's no reason to get mean.
There's plenty of reasons for me to get mean. I got so many reasons. I got so many reasons.
Hey,
you look, Eric. You shape up. You and all your Massachusettsites, y'all, all you assholes, shape up. You assholes, shape up, or else you're getting a heavy dose of poutine, and I will bring down a hellfire of mayonnaise upon you. Oh, you can't even imagine the amount that will be brought down.
And when you're in Holland, that's what they put on their French fries.
There will be a tractor trailer full of that shit, and I will fire it from a hose, and they will not be able to escape it.
I'll be there.
I hate when I'm in Canada. Every time
you'll be dealt with.
I have to stop the waiter or waitress and be like, "Please do not put mayonnaise on my food." Are you sure? I'm like, yes, I'm sure. Please, because they'll do it without you asking. It's just going to show up with mayonnaise on it.
I already told you, Eric. There is a tractor trailer with a fire hose full of mayonnaise with your name on it. You act up too much, you're getting it. You're getting it.
Beg. Yeah. Please don't put any of that on my food.
Eric, you crashed a plane. You're in the Himalayas. There's a Big Mac sitting there with extra sauce. You haven't eaten for 5 days. What do?
I wipe it all off on my clothes the best I can.
So you're still going to get some mayo because it's in the bun.
Get some snow, and I kind of wipe the rest of it off, and then I begrudgingly eat it like this. Oh.
Begrudgingly, okay.
Wow.
So he will.
You have to be having up there. You got to be wicked smart.
Bow to the
mayo. Luke says I put mayo on my mayo.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yes.
Let's get offenses who block you tonight.
Are we do what is the next 10 minutes is just mayo jokes and trying to make me puke?
Well, if you had not been attempting to speak down upon your Canadian protectorates, if you would be quiet, I have another topic that we can discuss briefly at the conclusion of this episode that is pertinent if you're comfortable with me moving on, Eric. Unless you'd like us to discuss more mayo.
No. I did want to talk about how Topps can't even get their freaking cards right tonight, but we
let me touch on this one and then we'll go to that one right after. Okay. Let me go with this one first.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. All right. So this is something that's been circulating, a little bit of a rumor, coming off the heels of the SGC acquisition. And this is something that has now been stated enough times that I believe now we can discuss it a little bit more openly, because I've heard it from multiple different folks on different aspects. So what do y'all think happens to our good buddy King Golden? Because discussions have been out there that the Ken Golden may go the way of the Massachusetts sites to the United States and become a protectorate of someone else. The word has been out, the rumor mill has been firing on all cylinders that the Golden may be on the outs of the collectors. So as the SGC comes in, the Golden may go out. This is what has been discussed and brought up. It is a rumor. I simply state it as a rumor.
And do you think that he may try to ride his horse into the stall of Fanatics, or do you think he'll just go back to just being his own entity?
So it is. So part of the thing. So part of the thing is that rumor I've heard now in a couple different areas, offline and online. And what I've been trying to figure out is what the angle is after that. So assuming that's the case, is it a sale? Is it an acquisition? Is it like a bit of a trade-off? Like, are they moving away from one category? I've heard a couple different theories. They're interesting theories. I can understand it because Golden has always felt like an awkward fit in the portfolio of collectors. Conceptually, it makes sense because you get a marketplace and the vault and all that stuff. But PSA has its vault, and then Golden has its vault. And it's always been kind of awkward, this mishmash combination. And he's got his thing. That's the part I've been trying to figure out. Now, one point that was made that I think was valid is that there was a CEO put in the place of Golden, and Golden was kind of put to the side in kind of a different position. And now, a little while ago, he came back as being CEO. So the question is that a maneuver to try to position it? Again, it's all very nebulous and very in flux, but it's been referenced now, some podcasts. I've watched YouTube videos on it. I think Simon Sports Cards, I got the handle wrong. I apologize, but he's been in the chat before. I want to give him credit for it. He did a video on it as well. And also, I believe Sports Card Nonsense referenced this as well when they had Darren Ravel on there. And the conversation pretty much went like, I heard something about Golden and whatever. And then Darren Ravel's like, no comment, but we've heard similar things. I'm paraphrasing, but basically, alluding to, but also
know how to use the word allegedly.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's one of those things where Darren Ravel obviously broke the news about the whole SGC thing. So it's like, right. So he's got a couple of connections. Well, here's the thing. I've heard the exact same thing from my own sources. Very similar conversations I've had on my own end, separate from that. So when I hear it from folks that's speaking to me separately, and then I hear it over there, and then I hear it over there, I go, things that make you go,
So he's going to have to, give all the money back or more, depending on the value of his company now. And, does he really want to do that?
Yeah, I'd be curious. So the thing is, if the shoe drops, the question is going to be, what's the deal? Yeah. What are the terms? What's this? Because again, at the moment, maybe this would be the best way to put this. Who is initiating that transaction? That maybe I'll put it that way. It depends a lot on who's initiating that transaction. That's the key piece.
Is it collectors wants him gone, or does Ken Golden want to leave collectors? That's the big question, right?
I like this theory. No one should make fun of Mayo. We're more than less 50% Mayo. A little less if you count mitochondrial DNA. Isn't Golden a weirdo? Yes.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. If I buy back at Eric, will you be the CEO? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, I will. I'll get also that shit. Great.
Yeah. Hobby Chap says, I always thought Ken was a figurehead because he sold his company to collectors. He was initially. Initially, he was more or less operating kind of separately. There was somebody who was kind of in charge of Golden, and then he was kind of supposed to be like a marketing guy. That was effectively his initial thing. But he recently went back into being kind of a more CEO role. So again, take that for what you will. Not so great curator is a pathological liar, allegedly. Important that you include allegedly. His collectors are going public eventually. I believe they are eventually. Allegedly. Timeline? No idea. But I'm confident they will in time.
What's going on with Golden?
So the theory, the rumor mill, and I've heard it from a couple different places, offline and online, is that it's going to be sold off or moved off in some way. They're gonna remove that from the portfolio.
Really?
So who initiate the question? The only part I'm not sure about is who is initiating that. Is it Golden himself and those people, or is it Collectors that has an offer, or is it a buyout, or what's the combination that causes it to happen? That's the part I don't know.
Wonder why. It's a weird move.
Yeah,
I think Ken Golden himself, or the Golden Auctions, or is it?
It's the Golden Auctions company. That whole segment. So I think whoever initiated is going to give us the answer to that question. Whoever is the one that, because if it's somebody else making an offer and Collectors say, yep, sure, it sounds great, we'll take that deal, and then go, hey, Golden, here you go off and be with them. Or if it's Golden himself saying, hey, I'd like to get out from under this, can we come up with some kind of a deal? Whoever is the one initiating it, I think, is going to tell you a lot about how this deal is going to look. I think that's the key. In my opinion, that's the key. Harry enjoys mayo covered apples, two candy covered apples.
Oh, God, it's so gross.
Are they making moves because that's all they got right now? You know what I mean? Like hobbies are unpredictable, truly. And to foresee the future is really difficult and tough. So, are they guessing? Are they making moves to shake things up and see how things are better, or are they just making moves for the reason of making moves? I guess obviously they know better than obviously I do. But when you follow a hobby and you see the way things go and what happens with companies and what goes on in the hobby, and you can't predict what's going to happen, it's a guessing game. So it's interesting where that's coming from.
Yeah. So I'll pause it. Look, I'll throw at you a couple of theories that I have heard uttered. One theory, and this goes off of the SGC thing initially. One of the things that we discussed and was discussed is the possibility that the part of the Collectors move to get SGC was to block Fanatics. And a lot of people put a lot of stock behind that idea that, hey, blocking them out. Well, following up from that concept, okay, so you block Fanatics. And at a certain point is there, and this is I'm paraphrasing a theory that I've heard elsewhere. So I'm not taking credit for this. Somebody else threw this out. And I thought it was interesting, at least interesting about. If it was a situation where, okay, so Fanatics and Collectors have been kind of competing for certain assets, kind of fighting tooth and nail. Fanatics has PWCC as their marketplace, and Golden was acquired around the same time. So Collectors and Fanatics were having like this arms race, right? To acquire all these different elements. And with the SGC acquisition, is it a situation where Collectors looks across the bow and says, do you guys want to keep doing this? Now, Fanatics has tons of money. They can play this game. But at the same time, it's not always good just throwing in random money in for the sake of it when you've already got your own shit to deal with. They've got a manufacturer. So they've got their own stuff to deal with and their other stuff. So the question is it a situation where like, hey, we blocked you from this category, but do you want to do a deal where like, look, you stay out of the grading game. Here's another marketplace and you can deal with the marketplaces.
Wow.
I'm just throwing out a theory here.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing out a theory that was positive that it's at least interesting. I was like, okay, because again, the problem is all these companies, these mega conglomerates, have to steer clear of a complete monopoly of all the categories. If you have everything, it becomes real tricky. Well, what if you have almost everything and then they have almost everything and you have one thing where you don't overlap? You've got all the marketplaces, we'll take care of the grading category. But Fanatics has a manufacturer. And so like there's enough separation between the two that they're doing different things.
But like I said, Beckett is still viable. They are like if I was a big mover and shaker, I would take on Beckett. I would use that legacy to my advantage. I would change things. It wouldn't take much, really. And then hire a great marketer. And I think they could really stand back up. And if Fanatics is interested, boy, it's right there. And you can probably get it on 10 cents on the dollar.
I just thought it was compelling. I thought it was a compelling theory. It's an interesting, genuinely, I can truly say.
It's a reach on some of it, but yeah.
It is. But like, look, for the SGC thing, what the future holds with that is just us theorizing. It's us throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. But the machinations right now, the point is these companies there are gears and things moving in the background. There are things happening, right? Because even the SGC acquisition, you don't pick up the phone one day and then the next day you've done the deal. You have to be talking for a little bit.
Well, we don't know if
negotiating
SGC put themselves out there, said, hey, we might be selling, and dropped a couple. Remember, Fanatics came from the back end, and we didn't know they were going to steal it from, steal the licensing. Like, surprise.
Yeah.
They were working on it for years. Same thing with this. Could it be the back end of
the SGC one? My understanding is that they have at least made people aware that they would consider an offer for a couple of years.
For a couple of years.
Yeah, they basically said, because remember, it's one owner in this situation. I think it's Dave Foreman. So effectively, Dave Foreman said, like, look, I'm paraphrasing, but he's effectively put out there that, hey, you come, if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it, but you need to give me the right number. Basically, you need to tell me what I need to hear, and then I'll think about it.
Lots of key moves right now, and then you have Brian Gray leaving Leaf, and there's a lot of things shaking up. I think when things are uncertain, the shakeups start to happen because they want to see things the way they move, see what happens when I do this move. It's so like a chess, but it becomes almost 4D at a certain point because we can't predict the hobby and where it's going, what's going to happen. We can't predict the economy, where it's going to go, what's going to happen.
Yes.
So I think they're all just kind of sitting there going, hey, let's try to move something here, because if everything stays stagnant, remember, Golden was everywhere at one time and he was on every video almost. Now he's not even nowhere really to be found. He's not out there, saying it's a 9-figure bank account and all this other stuff, and all that stuff has gone by the wayside. So it's like the hobby had calmed down to a certain point. Golden's maybe just the next move, and he's getting older too. Maybe he's just said, that's enough. Who knows?
Yeah, and
we can theorize about everything, but I'm just kind of looking at it going, I don't think they know where they're going. I don't think they can predict where they know they're going. You can't predict what's going to happen in the hobby. You can predict in the marketplace, with you're talking about sundry items or food items and stuff like that, necessity items, but it's really hard to predict in a hobby because it's based on emotion, right? And extra money. It's not a necessity item. So it plays a little differently in big business. Yes,
the only thing I'm sure of is the escalation and growth of SP Signature Legends. That's the only thing I'm sure about in this world. That's it.
There you go.
The only thing I'm confident in.
That's safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke here says, I just hope Fanatics doesn't get a grading company. It would be a huge conflict of interest. So we'll touch on that. We'll scroll through here for a second.
Would it be? There's enough grading companies out there to.
That's kind of the one thing the grading manufacturer has is that one. Where's Mike Petty? I missed him. In case some people don't know, he is rich. I have heard he's rich. This is a rumor.
A few times.
If Fanatics has half a brain, they pick up BGS. The brand history is absolutely worth it, especially now that SGC is a branch of PSA.
It is. It's perfect timing. It really is at this point. I think that's that next move. Like, really, that's like you doing that. I think we should do this.
That's fair.
If they want to sell, it really depends. And I'm thinking they're sitting there going, looking at the books going, hey, we don't want to try this, then let somebody else. Let's do this. Move off our books and move on.
Yep. Collect 111 says manufacturers shouldn't be grading their own cards. That's one of the arguments that people have for the manufacturer side of it. Bill says, Bobby, you're wrong. You can absolutely predict an economy. AH is calling for big correction in 2024. There you go.
I didn't hear that. Sorry, what?
It says you're wrong. You can absolutely predict an economy. AH is calling for a big correction in 2024. Brace yourself. So now you know.
Not for the hobby.
Who knows? Hobby Champ says, I don't understand why a manufacturer would want to own a third-party grader. It really makes no sense and is antithetical to the phrase third-party grader. Well, you want to own it because you want to own everything. If you want to own every vertical, then you want to own every vertical. So I understand why they would want that. I do understand that. If it's a good thing or not, we can make the suggestions about that one. They were calling for a correction in 2022. Look, there is always somebody calling for a correction every single year until we actually get one.
Yeah. So
and then you say, see, I called it.
Yes.
No, but who actually called it though?
Nobody, I don't think.
I have no recollection. I think we had somebody on the show. We had somebody on the show, but I think they died on July the 1st that year and drank themselves into a stupor and died.
Yeah.
You guys
Eric was already in that turn of events coming.
Wait, so Bobby, real quick, before we go to the final topic, because we're going to go to the final topic here in a second. But just before we go, there's a philosophical line of thinking in philosophy that as human beings, because we change so much over time, that we become different people. So one could argue that the person who made this prediction is dead. And I know for a fact that Eric, the Eric that we're looking at today, had more back matter because things were removed. Things have been removed. So he's not the same man he once was. Arguably, that Eric died.
That's
and
the
now we've got
butterfly
this one.
effect. Yeah.
So Eric, do you realize you're not even the same person you once were? That man has died.
No, my hip's gone. Part of my back is missing. I got
See?
I got.
So I don't. Why are you taking credit from the dead?
It's not really the dead. It's sort of like, it's going from a caterpillar to a butterfly.
Yeah.
That transformation.
I'm pretty a robot. I'm gonna be a Terminator.
Stop taking credit. Stop taking the credit of others, Eric.
Yes.
I'm like the $1 million man. They're gonna build me back stronger.
No, we don't know where the hobby's going, and if we ever did know the hobby, we would have bought a ton of Gretzky's. I would have bought a ton more wax. I would have bought, we would have done all these things, but nobody's seen it really coming. Nobody knew when the boom was going to happen in 1990 or 2000. If you did, then you'd be a rich bugger right now.
It's true.
You might be.
Luke says it's like predicting the end of times. One day someone will be right. I just don't want to be there when it does. That's
They've been saying that for centuries.
It's literally millennia.
One day they're going to be right.
One day they will be. One day they will be. Will says, in Eric's defense, your back is torn up for that. He's a trooper to show up for last night. Look at Will giving you some love.
Thank you, Will.
There you go.
A week ago, I couldn't stand, and now I'm,
now we can't stand you.
Wow. Luke says Eric needs one of those Rick 5 neck braces. There you go. All right, Eric, here's your opportunity.
In Buffalo, when he was wearing that thing and he was playing in Buffalo, I freaking hated him.
Yes.
All right, Eric, here's your opportunity. This will be the final topic of the night. We've covered a lot of different ground tonight. Tops. One of ones with no fronts.
Yeah.
No fronts.
This is your moment. Do you want to quickly explain and have a mini rant or whatever?
They promoted their new product that we are going to do this, and this is going to be special, and you will know by looking at it that this card is a specific type of card, and you can't wait till this happens. The product comes out, people rip it, and they forgot to put the information on the front.
And they threw all those comments in the garbage, and they didn't look in the back, and now where are we?
So, and now they have to put out this big, we're sorry.
Well, I'm just sharing this. I'm going to come back in a second, but I'm just sharing the screen here from the Instagram post.
So if this is Fanatics, first, voyage into manufacturing cards and producing them and
well, they know everything. Don't worry.
The hobby, it's really off to a bad start. Where in the first couple of days of your product release, you're putting out I'm sorry. So if I collected modern baseball, I think I'd be a little upset right now. And I don't think I would be on board with saying that Fanatics is 10xing the hobby.
Well, there's never been really a definition given to the X. X is usually a wrong or, it's not good.
Right. Yeah.
So 10X, they're going to fuck up 10 times before they get it all right.
So real quick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the statement because I think most of you have seen it, but I'll quickly read what's on here just so we're all on the same page. And then I'll quickly add a couple of points. So this one was the official statement regarding Top Series 1. So what it was one of ones. They're supposed to say first card on the front. That was the point. First card on the front and then numbered 1 of 1 on the back. And then what happened was people found the cards, but there was nothing on the front to distinguish it from a normal card. But on the back, you had the numbering, which is to say, if you're not really paying attention, you could completely gloss over it, pull it, and it was impossible to find if you weren't paying attention. So here, collecting community, we are aware that Top Series 1 baseball cards were inadvertently released without a first card designation. It was literally the first run. You had one job. These cards were identifiable by the 1 of 1 numbering in the lower right-hand corner of the back of the card. For those who may pull these cards, we would like to offer to stamp these cards with first card, as well as provide you with Topps credit. To initiate the request for the stamp and Topps credit, please go to your Topps.com account to file a claim. So if you have any further questions or need assistance, please contact Topps customer service at support@Topps.com. Thank you, the Topps team.
Yeah.
So dig through your trash and the monster box and look at everything and see if you found one of the cards we screwed up on, and then send it in to us. Now, the first question I had is, if this is an error card, why would I have it sent in and stamped? Wouldn't it be worth more unstamped?
It's a 1-of-1 either way.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's differentiating. Well, the people who do send it in and get it stamped, opposed to those people who don't. Which one version will be?
But the thing is, there's only one version either way. Either you have the non-stamp version, or you have the stamp version.
But the card runs won't be the same because some people will send it in and some people won't. So
yeah, two versions.
So
which is going to be worth more?
Well, the thing though, Bobby, though, the point is for the individual player though, there will still only be one version. It will either be with or without. You either sent it in or you didn't. Yeah, so it's more? A 1-of-1. It's a 1-of-1 either way.
Okay,
will
but
all
right, so this
worth more if they stamp it or
Carlos Alcazar, is it worth more stamped or unstamped?
That one card.
That's my question.
But I'm saying, but the problem is, if both versions were able to exist at the same time, you could try to compare them. But because only one exists, it's one card. It's either one card or one card. What's the difference to you?
But you're keeping the mistake alive. Is what you're doing if you don't get a stamp.
Yeah, or it stays the same. Is it worth more with something added to it or not? There's lots of 1-of-1s out there that are worth whatever it is they're worth. But now if a company says, hey, send that in, we're going to add something to it, does that make it worth more? Or does it make it worth less?
I think so. Okay, so here's the best I can do. Because like I said, the problem is you're still talking a 1-of-1 versus a 1-of-1 of the exact same card. The stamping on the front, the missing stamping on the front doesn't add any value to it because it doesn't have the stamping on the front. There's a good likelihood that people will figure out very quickly, and it will happen shortly. People will figure out very quickly the type of stamping they used is very easy to replicate. So the problem is, at least that stamp on the front added something. So the person who wants to fake it, because without the stamp, it is identical to one of the 900,000 base cards, except for that little stamping on the back. It's actually very easy counterfeit. With the stamping on the front, you've at least added a layer of difficulty to it. So from a authenticity standpoint, if you have one, you want the stamp on the front, if nothing else, to make it a little tougher for somebody else to just make 50 copies of it.
And my other question is, because I am someone who absolutely hates the I'm getting tired and stuff. You know, when you pull something out of the pack and then you got to send it in and then wait 4 years before they send it back to you. The redemption. So they can't get redemptions right. If I send my card in,
Panini.
It's all of them. They all suck. If I send my card in to get stamped, how long am I going to have to wait? I know only time's going to tell, but is it going to be a 1 week turnaround? Or is it going to be 6 months? Is it going to be a year? When do I get my card back? What if this player is huge right now and there's a window of time that I can move it and you're going to hold it for 6 months before you get it back to me?
Or if you've already got it graded, are you going to get it graded free again if you take it in, break it out, send it back to cops, then take it back, send it into PSA, SGC, same company. There you go. What do you do?
Yeah. And it's
There's
just
like 5 variations now.
You had one job.
Graded, ungraded, SGC, PSA, back it.
You friggin' promoted
front, back, or just front.
Friggin' morons.
Yep. Dom here says, is it bad? I kind of enjoy this cast. It's never bad to enjoy chaos. Never. As someone who actually cares about the back of the cards, there you go. Have a good night, Justin. As your alias. I've asked, how does this happen before? You've had a meeting, you had all these plans to stamp the first one, and you screwed up. How? Fanatics overlords. One point I was going to make, though, to kind of Eric's argument is that Fanatics has actually owned Topps for like 2 years now. It's been like 2 years.
Yeah,
I could be mistaken on the exact time, but I feel like it's been about 2 years. It's been a while.
It's still just ridiculous. I don't care if they've had it 2 years or whatever. Just stupid.
It says Coke Zero at midnight. You're pulling all nighter. Sadly, the caffeine I'm mostly immune to it is I mostly just water, but it's not going to change anything. And I'm up pretty late on Fridays into Saturday anyway, so nothing unusual there. Does it have a serial number on the back though? So that's a good question because there's sometimes a little code for someone like the variants, short prints and
Like
stuff, I don't know the
GFC,
answer to that question.
yeah.
I don't know the answer to that question. If there is, that would at least help with some of the counterfeiting. That would be nice.
I think there is a special code.
That would be wise from a quality control, because that would prevent some of the counterfeiting, because at least it allows you can't replicate that necessarily. But that little stamp on the stamp on the back, though, you could totally replicate. So if you got at least that little code, that would be very helpful to at least differentiate it a little bit. So that hopefully the answer is yes, but I don't know the answer for sure. Is it ironic these first card 1-of-1s will actually be the last card off the line after you send it back to the logo stamp? Look at you.
See, this is why he is a criminal mastermind, because he is always thinking.
That's
all right. Oh, he's a criminal mastermind. I don't understand why people up there don't have him locked up, but that's whatever.
It's just the way it goes.
We asked him to apologize profusely, and we moved on.
Sorry, he said sorry.
Yeah, and you should say sorry a lot more. But yes, so basically, that's the last time Fnatic leaves Eric in charge. The first card 1-of-1s. Apologies were made, recriminations were made, and the people that did the hiring were sacked.
Mm-hmm.
So wait for Eric to give us the peace sign on the way out. Facts. All right, folks. So we got ourselves a full episode of that. A lot of scandalous takes, a lot of scandalous words were said, mostly by Eric. I may just have to edit out anything horrible that I said, and it'll never be me. It was always Eric.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Yeah,
it was totally Eric. All the bad things that were said.
All the bad things. Allegedly.
Men of peace.
Men of peace.
Anyway, appreciate you all hanging out. Again, longest running episodic, whatever the nonsense is. Next week will be 170 consecutive weeks of this bullshit.
Yeah.
170 consecutive weeks.
Total bullshit.
But it is the month of March. We are now on March the 2nd on the East Coast, West Coast. You still got some time left on March the 1st. Enjoy the new month.
Away from the,
now it's only 13 days till I'm 50. Shit.
Ooh. Wow.
Should we have like a 50th birthday spooktacular?
At the expo.
Yeah, spooktacular.
I listen. As a matter of personal policy, I like to have a spooktacular in all situations. I don't care what it is.
You love spooktaculars. That's true.
It's all about spooktacular. There you go. Good mayo, fellas. There you go. Have a good night, Luke. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Absolutely. Thank you, Zach. All right, folks in the chat, appreciate you. On the way out, if you can hit the like button, Eric will pay for it. Otherwise, back with more videos coming up on the channel and live streams. More of this silliness and nonsense. We'll be back next week. Same bad time, same bad channel. Have yourselves a great night. We'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody.